Hi, folks. Welcome everyone to another Spaces with me. My name is Kalu Aja, and yeah, welcome, guys. We do this every Saturday. We talk about money, the economy, of course, finance, and how that affects you on a personal level. And that's what we want to talk about this week as well. This week, we want to talk about the oil theft. And I mean, this news is all over the press, but I would like to speak on this specifically about how it does affect you on a personal level, right? So, of course, as usual, if you want to speak, I'm going to urge you in to speak later on. But let me just give you my, so we say, 5 or 10 minutes, 5 or 10 minute talk on really what's going on. Yeah, we're not going to use numbers. Numbers get a bit complicated, but just to understand what's happening, the Nigerian onshore. So we have onshore and we have offshore oil fields. So onshore, we're drilling oil from the ground, and then we pump that oil to storage, and that oil is then put on big ships, and those big ships sort of take that oil out and we sell. Right now, according to a news article I saw from Pengasen, also according to interviews we've seen from folks like Mr. Tony Elumelu, also from the SEPLAT, the guys in that sector, they are saying that give or take about 90% of the crude oil that is piped in Nigeria from where it's drilled to where it's stored or where it's exported is lost. Lost is really not the word to use here because it's not lost, it's being stolen. So there are pipes that are illegally attached to the central, should we say, pipeline. I think it's called the Trans Nigeria Pipeline or whatever. And then it's stolen. So the oil is stolen, it's pumped out, and then it is then sold illegally. So of course, what happens is you pump it out illegally. You store it into ships, little barges that hold that crude oil, and those little barges then move that oil to larger ships that are waiting really just off the nautical border of Nigeria, and those ships then take that oil out and it's sold, right? So the effect, of course, is that Nigeria loses revenues. We are an OPEC producer. We are the largest crude oil deposit nation in Africa. I believe we should have on paper the largest output. If you go back, say, 20, let me look at this chart I'm looking at here. 2020 quarter one, Nigeria did about 2.07 million barrels per day. I think that's the highest I am seeing here. 2020 quarter one, right? Right now, as we speak, let's look at the figures for quarter two. So remember, quarter one, 2020, not far away, January of 2020, Nigeria was doing 2.07 million barrels per day. Today, we're doing 1.43 million barrels per day. I mean, you do the maths. The difference is what's been stolen, straight up. Nigeria cannot meet her OPEC quota, not because we're not pumping, but because it's been stolen. So this is the official figures, the 1.43 million barrels per day as at quarter two, 2022. This is figure from the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics. So that's the original, or should we say the latest figures that we have. So all that oil is being stolen, and it's not stolen in secret, right? People go in there, bust the pipelines, move it to a barge, it's bunkered, move to a larger offshore vessel, and that vessel sells. That's what's going on. So the point is that it's not invisible. Those barges have got to move the crude oil. Then those large ships have got to take the crude oil that has been stolen and then, of course, transport it out of Nigeria. What is the effect of this? When we saw the half-year report that was given to us by the Ministry of Finance, we saw that the Nigerian economy, the debt service earmarks or the debt service that what we are actually paying to service the debt is now higher than the total revenues Nigeria makes, right? This is not because the debt service figure has gone up. Yes, debt has gone up. Nigeria is borrowing more today than we did a year ago. That is a fact. But the fact is that the revenues have come down. That's why the debt service figure has gone up. 2020, I believe the revenues the revenues to debt for Nigeria was, give or take, right, about 98%, 97%. No typo. It was really that bad. It fell to about 70, give or take, last year. Now I think it's now more. There's no more 90, it's more. The debt service is now more than revenue. So we're now in negative territory, should we say, in terms of comparing revenues to debt service. And it's because of this oil bunkering. Because the oil revenues are not flowing to the government. And NNPC's revenues are going wholesale to pay for the fuel subsidy, 4 trillion in 2022 alone. So when you combine that 4 trillion going to fuel subsidies and you combine the loss of revenues, the forex loss of revenues from not protecting our crude oil facilities and installations, you then see that Nigeria is in dire straits. I have used the term Nigeria has no economy at the moment. Why? Because we are not making any revenues from the NNPC, which is the number one contributor to the federal and federation budget. And number two, the crude oil sector, especially onshore, is really making nothing. So all the crude oil we have onshore, 90% is being stolen. That's why you see, let's now go to the effects on your personal network. What you then see is that the federal government does not have dollars, specifically the Central Bank of Nigeria, who is in charge of receiving the forex revenues from the sale of crude oil, does not have enough. Because if you are selling 2 million barrels per day in 2020, and you are now selling 1.4 trillion barrels in 2022, there's a big difference. That difference is that your foreign reserves are not getting the foreign currency it needs. That's why you can't pay British Airways, because you have no forex to pay British Airways. But look on the flip side, the guys that are selling the crude oil illegally, they have a lot of dollars. They have a lot of dollars. So in Nigeria, there is a lot of dollars, but the dollars are not in the Central Bank of Nigeria because of the exchange rate policy of the federal government and the Central Bank of Nigeria. Let's just say Central Bank of Nigeria. So many issues here, but to keep it simple, the oil is being stolen, which means the central bank has no dollars to meet imports. Imports, of course, is paying airlines as well. And because the central bank cannot meet imports, it has to keep or subsidize the dollar at a rate to defend it. When it does this, it sells dollars at 400, which is not a real market rate, right? Meaning that you are subsidizing imports. What I mean you listening. If the dollar rate is low, you are subsidizing imports. Thus, imports will have to come into Nigeria because it is cheaper to import than to manufacture locally. That's what's going on, guys. And to hit your pocket in inflation, because once you are importing that inflation in dollar terms. And once you convert to Naira, you then see inflation coming to you at 19% for core inflation and 22% for food inflation. So let me make it very simple for you. The stealing of crude oil in the Niger Delta leads directly to the high inflation rate you are seeing, the high numbers you are seeing for food and for core, because the central bank has got to subsidize dollars to defend it, meaning that you have to pay more. It's cheaper to import in dollar terms, but once you convert to Naira, you are paying more for what you shouldn't have to pay for. Why can't Nigeria defend her oil assets is beyond me. You know, if you take away the bandits and the Boko Haram and those security issues, this this oil theft is the most visible threat to Nigeria's unity. How can a government continue with zero revenues? How is it possible? Are we going to start to pay people because they go on strike? British Airways went on strike. We paid them. What about ASU and the teachers and the doctors? They're also going to go on strike. When are we going to pay them? Because we cannot defend the crude oil pipes we have onshore. It also shows you why all the oil companies, most of them as well, Shell, Exxon, are all selling their onshore and moving offshore, right? So if everyone keeps on selling, lack of investments, lack of FDIs, jobs leaving. So we can go on with the negative effects, but we've spent give or take about 10 minutes. I could go on. I'm sure if people ask questions, we would also talk more. So I'm just going to allow folks to speak. If you want to speak, hop in here. I have my own solutions for how we can stop oil theft. I think I tweeted it, right? And I said, bomb the oil vessels. And people were like, you can't bomb them. You're going to cause environmental devastation. What do you think is happening right now? The Niger Delta is devastated economically. I mean, the crude oil spills. It's already happening. And why do you want to bomb them? Because when you seize those oil vessels, they go missing at night. We seized oil vessels. The Navy, not the police, the Navy seized oil vessels, and they quote unquote disappeared. They disappeared. So I want to set an example. The way you stop this is to target their insurance. If you target their insurance by making Nigeria an unsafe place to do illegal business, it will stop. And then when it stops, we can start to recover this lost oil production. Victor, good day, sir. Let me have you unmuted. Let's have your thoughts. Thank you so much for joining.
Hello, Kalu.
How are you doing, Victor?
Good evening. How are you today?
I'm very well, thank you.
Okay, so my own thought about this thing is that I think we need to put pressure on the managers of the economy, because you see, crime only pays if it has a price, that is a premium. And the real solution to crime is to solve the premium. If suddenly oil goes to $30 today now, you won't see any of these stealing stories,
That is true.
because there will no longer be a premium. And then the truth of the matter is that this jump in February, because the jump in oil price came in February, which provided the premium for the stealing. And very soon the premium will also leave. But me, I am not blaming the criminals. I am blaming the system, the operators of the system. And that includes people like Shell, people like Mobil, people like Chevron and Co. Because look, let's be honest, most of this stealing that we're talking about, I do not agree that it's not even the legal boats that are actually overloading and under-declaring. If you remember a case of 12 billion that the Jonathan government took against Chevron and Shell or something, that they loaded fuel that they didn't declare it. Because I have a good understanding of how that Niger Delta environment works. This story of somebody stealing 600,000 barrels per day from outside, I do not believe that story. I think it's the operators themselves that are loading and under declaring what they are loading. And we need to find a way to channel the conversation in a way that people will understand it.
Victor, let me ask a question. Just to clarify what you're saying.
Yeah.
I know Tony also came on air and says he also pumped fuel and he didn't get fuel. So are we saying that Tony is under declaring because he owns the platform, he owns the field, he pumped, he did not receive? Same thing with Seplat. So are we saying that they are under declaring?
That's exactly what I am telling you. You see, the owner of a business in oil is different from the operator of the business. For example, most of Nigeria's ownership of the oil fields are being managed or operated by somebody else on their behalf. You get what I'm saying?
Yes.
And the way this thing works is that when a ship comes, a super tanker might have the capability of 3 million, yeah, barrels. Then what happens is that it's on a particular cargo or a particular loading, it's supposed to load 2 million. Instead of loading 2 million, it loads 2.5 million. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then they declare that it's loaded the 2 million that it's supposed to load. Because this thing is not measured, and that's another problem that is Nigerian. Ordinarily, we're supposed to have at the loading terminal a pump that measures as the ship is loading. Now they are using the output to calculate the loading, not actually the pumping. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, Victor, I get you. I completely understand what you're saying. I'm just saying, I'm also giving the other side that whilst you are correct that problem exists, with Nigeria does not really meter the output. The people come in and take 1 million and say they took in 500 and all that. But does it take away the fact that there are really, really breakages in the pipelines? I mean, if you look, the Pengerson has said there are breakings in
That's
the pipeline.
exactly what I'm saying. You see, it's the same story that they are telling Nigerians that is not making sense. Let's start with PMS. Everybody keeps claiming that we're consuming 60 million or 65 million PMS. Yeah? They say
Yeah.
because they are smuggling. The whole country around us, total population, the whole country around us, Niger, Chad, Cotonou, and Lomé, is less than 25% of the population of Nigeria. Yeah? So how
Mm-hmm.
can they be consuming 100% of what Nigeria is consuming? That is, their smuggling is doubling our own consumption. How is that even possible?
No, I hear you, Victor. I hear you. I'm going to move on, Peter. I just want to say that does it take away the fact that pipelines are still broken into and we don't get, if you pump from A to B, you don't get what you pumped at A at B. I mean, what you're saying is happening, but those two events could happen at the same time, i.e., we could be losing output and we could be also underreporting what is being exported. That's the point I'm also trying to.
But the elephant, you see, sometimes we need to focus on the elephant in the room, because all those boys doing illegal refinery and putting this hose or pipe in the focados. Sure, you understand? Total that they can do ever in their refinery or in their stealing, in their everything. It's like all these people using jerry can to steal fuel. They cannot steal as many fuel as one tanker load that will cross the border. How many 50 liter of fuel will you steal for you to meet with one tanker?
Good point. Good point. I completely agree. Good point. Yeah, Victor, good point. Let me guess.
So we need to channel. You see, in Nigeria, we are making a fundamental mistake. We are allowing the witch to cry foul. Some of these things, we need to channel our energy and our anger to the right people, because it is only then that we can solve the problem. Because sometimes they create all this fabu to misdirect us. Look, the PMS story is clear enough. Calculate the population and the number of vehicles in all the countries surrounding us. Compare it to our own population and consumption. How can they consume as much as Nigeria, doubling our consumption from 30 million barrels to 65 million barrels?
I hear you. I hear you. Jay, let me get Jay in here, Victor. Let's see if we can hear a different perspective from Jay. Jay, I don't know if you're there. You can unmute if you can.
Hi, Kalu. Hello, everyone.
How are you doing today?
I'm fine. So, Kalu, I'm not going to come from first, I must confess, I'm not an economist like you, and then I'm not going to say something as brilliant as Victor. So perhaps I think I'm going to ask questions that maybe some other people are asking in their mind, and then learning people like you can clarify us. As much as I know, we have 3 known refineries in Nigeria. I work in an engineering company. You have to convey the crude to certain location in order for it to get refined. Now, the longer the pipelines, the more opportunity for areas of weaknesses where tapping and stealing can occur. So if this crude is gotten from if I go by the internet description, this crude are gotten from 3 major areas. Of course, we have over maybe 10 or 7 locations in Nigeria where we have crude, but we have Bayelsa, Akwa Ibom, and Calabar. The question is, Victor, why do we have only 3 refineries? And then why do we need to move the crude out? If we have a refinery, let's say 2 in Calabar, 2 in Bayelsa, 2 in Cross River, would the need to refine outside continue? And even if it does, it could just be that the percentage that we need within Nigeria is refined in these states. Then the little percentage that we supply to external people who perhaps need the crude would then be much easily tracked. But we are practically tracking the entire crude that leaves the shores of Nigeria, which eventually comes back, well, most of it comes back as an import of refined PMS, aviation fuel, diesel, and kerosene. So what my thought is, wouldn't it just be smart for us to have 2 refineries each producing PMS, diesel, aviation fuel, kerosene within almost all the 5-6 states where crude can be found, and in which case the only crude that we export will just be the ones we use either to generate forex or supply to the neighbors or on OPEX quota. So I feel that we continue to dwell on this issue of what is stolen instead of us to start to provide advice as to how can this end? How do we put a stop to this generational exports and imports of something that we have? Again, it comes back to the issue of why do we have these 3 refineries that never seem to work? It goes back to what Victor is saying, that these things are like the rich crying fabu, like he said, or crying foul. 3 refineries that never seem to work, 3 refineries that never seem to be refurbished, 3 refineries that never seem to increase in number. It's been 3 refineries since I was born. It's 3 refineries till today and forever.
I hear you,
Why can't we move, beyond this to solving the crude oil theft by actually creating these jobs so that nobody needs still crude? Everyone just has a job to work in these oil companies that actually refine these products, which they already have the expertise to do in any case. So I think I will appreciate if you can give me the laws that are preventing Bayelsa from having 2 to 3 different refineries preparing aviation, kerosene, diesel. I need you to let me understand the laws preventing Akwa Ibom, Calabar, Ogun, Lagos from owning refineries so that we don't export the crude that we are going to use to drive our engineering and drive our industries. What laws says it must be those 3 refineries for the rest of our life? What laws are guiding this?
Jay, great question. And the answer, we have to go a bit of history, right? The first refinery in Nigeria was a joint venture between the Eastern region and Shell Darcy. So the Eastern region was this was Nigeria way back. Eastern region, Shell Darcy, right? That was a private sector initiative. And back then there was no government mandate on selling prices. You could sell, import, whatever you want to do. It's the commercial market. The problem came when the federal government took over all aspects of business and licensing, when businesses became a federal issue. Now, crude oil in Nigeria, PMS, diesel, kerosene, the selling prices are set by the government, right? But this is just before the deregulated diesel. So imagine a sector where you were asked to make bread. You can make bread if you'd want to, but the government will set your selling price. That's going to be a problem for you because what if your costs are more than the selling price that the government has set for you? So you had in the past where the government says you cannot sell diesel more than this price, or you cannot sell PMS more than this price. That allowed no investments to come into Nigeria to build a refinery. Thus, after the Shell Darcy refinery, the first one, you then had the second and the third one, which are all government built, and the fourth one, which was now built in Kaduna, which are all government built, because only the government could take that risk to invest capital without knowing the selling price. That's why all refineries in Nigeria. So that's why the PIB then came up, and the PIB was supposed to deregulate upstream, downstream to allow the ownership of the reserves be given back to the private sector, then the government will simply tax. which is what they are doing now. So when they did the diesel deregulation, they simply took away the price caps, but still the core revenues and all that stuff wasn't addressed. So it really didn't work out with diesel deregulation. The PIB now is tilting towards allowing the private sector now run that sector, right? And the government just collect taxes. So now you see 13 licenses issued. Before these 13 licenses, there were about 47 refinery licenses issued. And out of that 47, only one refinery was built. And the only one that was built was a diesel refinery. So look at it this way, diesel was deregulated, and the only refinery you got was a diesel refinery in Rivers. That's the Niger Delta refinery, right? So if you allow the PIB to then settle and percolate, then you can then have more private sector guys, just like the ones in Imo State now that have set up a refinery. You would have more now. The problem is you have got to remove that price cap. If you remove the price cap and allow me to sell, then I can invest my capital because my pricing is my strategy. Once the government says, oh, you can't, we're going to subsidize, let the government subsidize NNPC. Let the government allow anybody else to subsidize to sell what they want to sell. I can bring in high content ethanol fuel, sell at 200 a liter. If the market says yes, they'll buy from it. Market says no, they'll go to NNPC. That to me is my own understanding. If Victor has a better sense, he can do that. But that's why to your question directly, did not have any refineries in Nigeria for over this period because the government had control over it. And once the government has control over selling prices, no private guy is going to invest capital.
So Kalu, just a follow-on question because your answer makes a lot of sense. So the question then becomes, since they already capped this, what then is the incentive for refusal to build more? There has to be a reason why. So if they insist they be the only market holder of this franchise, then what is also the refusal to then do it themselves? So it's like
the government?
Yeah. Yes, the government. So what exactly is the policy refusing them to build more?
No, Jade, it's very simple. The government have been inefficient. The refineries went down more than 20 years ago. They didn't go down yesterday. And the cost of the turnaround maintenance could have built us brand new modular refineries all across the Federation, from Lagos to Calabar to all the boys that are refining. If you go to the Niger Delta, you see very, very local, very, very crude, very, very harmful refinery. They are doing maybe 1,000 barrels per day. You can bring in the modular refinery, give all those boys tiny modular refineries, and they can do 1,000 barrels a day, create jobs for themselves, sell this kerosene to local community. They can do that, but the government says no. So the government's been a dog in the manger. They haven't fixed it. And they haven't allowed anyone else to come in there and they want you to do a Dangote refinery, massive 650,000 barrels per day refinery. When you can have 500 barrels a day refinery, give it to a community. Say every local government in Bielsa, if you want a refinery, there you go, 500 barrels per day. And you do kerosene. And you solve that problem right there and then. So it's a failure of policy and implementation on the government side. But Jay, let me get someone else to come in here and speak, right? I've got is it Miri? Miri and Welo. Jay, thank you so much. Yeah, Miri, go ahead. Miri, if you're not there, I'm just going to have someone else to speak if you don't mind. Chinedu, can you hear me? Chinedu, yeah. Miri, is that you?
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
Hi, Kalu. Thank you for hosting this space. I have a different perspective towards what is going on in Nigeria. Can you hear me?
I can hear you perfectly clear.
Okay. So my take on this oil theft, I've been thinking, is it like this started like a decade ago, or is it been going on even after the refineries were built? Because, like everything Nigerian, is always the dog in the house that tells the dog outside there's meat and lets them how to come in and get the meat. The government, civilians, or politicians are always conniving with whoever that is ready to, play by the books, by their own books, and find a way to make extra money. So my thing is, even when the refineries were efficient, I believe somewhere, somehow, this thing has been going on. But because the economy now is down and Nigeria is actually using more money to service their debts, it's now coming to the fall. It's not like this thing just started like 2-3 years ago. That's my own belief. I don't know if I could be right or wrong.
I think, Jay, you're right and you're wrong. I mean, there's always been stealing. There's nowhere in the world there's no stealing. I think the difference
Yes.
now is the magnitude. And let me give you
Okay.
the figures again. The magnitude. I mean, like I said, just not too long ago, 2020, Nigeria's oil production in 2020, just say first quarter, was 2.07 million barrels per day. 2.07 million barrels per day. The latest figures from the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, which was quarter two 2022. So in January of 2020, we're doing 2.07. In May of 2022, we're doing just 1.43. This is just
Okay.
a few years ago. 1.43 compared to 2 million. Calculate the difference, multiply that by
Yes.
$100 a barrel. That tells you what Nigeria is doing. Reuters said we lost nearly a billion or a trillion in crude oil revenues. I mean, if the federal government themselves are saying they have no revenue. So it's the scale that is the
I
problem.
understand.
Scale, yeah.
Yeah, the
I don't
scale.
think it's new. There's always been oil theft. There's
Yes.
always been transport across the borders, yeah.
Yeah, so my point is there's no way this is not in connivance with operators of these oil wells or people in government, because these guys that come in with vessels and come and take out these oils in that quantity are not invisible. And going by your own, what you profiled as a solution to this oil theft, I think you're right. You don't need to play with these guys with kid gloves. You either seize the vessel, which is wrong, because when they're seized, they find a way. I actually have a friend or someone I know that has a vessel. It was seized somehow, eventually he paid a fine and he's got his vessel back. And I believe he's one of those guys. So you either bomb it, destroy it, so they don't get it back. And then you send a message, because the whole point is destroying it is sending a message that, come on, this has to stop. We're not going to let this happen in our territory. Because this is not only a challenge to Nigerian economically, it's also a challenge to our sovereignty as a nation. Because these vessels, you don't even know what they come in with. These vessels could be transporting arms and ammunitions and whatever. Nobody checks them. They are going, they are coming. Nobody cares about anything.
That's
And
a
like Victor said, it shouldn't be just the guys pumping the oil that should measure what they are pumped. Like I know, for instance, in America, they have truck stops. So a truck is loaded from a loading bay and it gets on the highway. At certain locations, it has to stop at certain truck stop where it's weighed again to make sure that there's no discrepancy from the loading point and from to where it is at the moment and then to the final destination. So if these vessels when they are pumped with oil, they are checked, and then as they leave or before they completely get out of the Nigerian coastal territory, they are checked again. I mean, once there are so many checks before these guys get off to the auction, definitely it will help to stop this. But at the same time, the primary issue is the leadership. If we don't change the leadership and get the leadership right, nothing will change.
that's
Because you need a leader that is detailed from the top to the bottom. Because if you don't have leaders that are detailed, that know what is going on, that ask questions, that are not, have the interest of the people at heart, no matter what you do, no matter what checks and balances you put, because you're going to put human beings to operate these checks and balances, they can always shortchange them or, buy them over. So it has to be from the top to the bottom. Then we can start moving forward. Because it's such a shame that Nigeria is not only oil-rich country, even within Africa, that the citizens, the people are not benefiting. There's no social benefit for the poor masses. There's absolutely nothing. Nothing is going
yeah.
on.
I mean,
Everybody's on strike. I mean, it's so
yeah.
sad.
Completely agree with all your sentiments. And just to make the point, I have gone further. Like, this can't be happening without the connivance of the sea.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
The Navy are the ones that are there. When last week we saw story about them chasing a ship to Equatorial Guinea. To me, that's a lot of
No,
James
that's
Bond
trash.
and all that. It's not hard. It's not hard. I mean, bombing is going extreme, but it's not difficult to. If we can't stop an oil tanker, what are we then doing with the Navy, right? Like you said, they could be
Yeah.
bringing in arms, and we know.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to
Exactly.
look at it that way. These guys could be bringing in arms to sell in exchange for crude oil. They could be
Exactly. They
bringing
must not
in.
be bringing in cash. It could be arms. It could be bombs.
Yeah,
Whatever.
so if we look at it that way, maybe perhaps the guys that are in charge will then say, yeah, we have to do something about it. We just can't leave an open sea border. You can't lose 700,000 barrels a day. It doesn't disappear. Where is it? Where is it at? Victor's point is, I mean, it's going back to the operators, but where is 700,000 barrels? I had a guy on the spaces before who said that what's going on is that the folks are just paying themselves ahead of time, that
Oh
everyone
yes.
thinks that the government is going to go out of office in February. And some guys have had a big meeting to say, hey, let's just collect our monies ahead of time. Let's not wait for it to come through FARC. So they just send the oil and they are paying off the military, the security services, even the ex-militants. Right now, we've gone back to an ex-militant to guard what we can guard with technology. So this is Nigeria. For Obi, welcome back.
And it goes back to what I was saying earlier, that there's a connivance with the people in government. It just
I,
doesn't work just like that, And
it's
at
not an
one point,
accusation. We're just stating the facts. You cannot lose 700,000 barrels a day without the security services being aware and accepting that you're going. It's not possible. Yeah, let me get
one
Hi,
more point,
Kalu. How are you
yeah,
before
doing?
I go, if you don't
yeah,
mind.
yeah.
Just one last point. Remember,
You got to be
I
quick.
don't know if we know that the state of California just passed a law that by 2035 they're going to phase out diesel or oil operated vehicles. It's just going to be only electric vehicles. So, what is Nigeria actually doing about that?
Yeah,
Because we
We
need
are
to
still very far
diversify the
from it.
economy. Very soon,
We
nobody will
haven't
even
even
need this oil.
gotten enough fuel,
You know.
yeah. Let me
and
just
this
So,
let me
anyway,
help you
thank
out.
you, Carlo, for the
let,
time,
let
the
me help you
opportunity
out.
to
So,
speak.
so everyone catches up what you're saying, right? So the state of California has passed a law that says by 2035, no more sales of petrol cars. Why is it
Yes.
important? California leads America in environmental policies. So they have an agreement in state of Washington, Oregon, Massachusetts, and a few other states have an agreement already in law that whatever California passes, they will pass. So you would
Exactly.
see in America, give or take about 10 years, they would ban all petrol-driven cars by 2035. That's what's going to happen because if you don't sell in California, you're not selling.
Yeah.
But it's not new. This is not new. Before the Ukraine and Russia war, the West had told the banks, when I mean the West, I mean America and Europe, had told the banks not to give money to any fossil fuel lending going forward. They had stopped.
Wow.
They were going to stop lending to every nation doing oil and, importantly, gas. They say gas is also dirty, that gas is dirty just like crude oil is dirty. This means that NNPC, Nigerian Liquefied Natural Gas, were all in big trouble.
Exactly.
Vice President Sibanjo went to Dubai and tried to make this people change their mind. They did not listen to him. So if the Ukraine war had not happened, guys, NNPC and LNG today would have been in serious problem. Maybe the folks stealing the oil see this coming and are taking their dividends in quotes ahead of time. But let me just say this, whatever anybody wants to argue, crude oil is not going to go anywhere. What will happen is that the crude oil is going to become a big supplier market where you're going to have Saudi Arabia, Iran, Russia become the major suppliers of crude oil across the world. Countries like Nigeria that do not have the infrastructure to sell crude oil are going to basically be sanctioned and taxed and sued out of existence. The greatest threat to Nigeria is a lawsuit in the state of New York that will accuse NNPC for $500 billion of exporting poison, in quotes, to American consumers and making Nigeria to pay. That's the greatest threat, in my view, than even any other thing that we're seeing. So we have to start to transit away from crude oil, whether we like it or not. Saudi Arabia has got the money. They are buying refineries and gas stations in America. We don't have that money. So we should transit away from that sector. Now, Russia has given us about 10 years delay. But once they sort out this Russia-Ukraine matter, they will come back to us, quote unquote, green. The sooner we start to, quote unquote, diversify their economy, that the economy is already diversified, the better. Thank you so much for your comment. Let me
Kalu,
guys,
Thank you.
Kalu,
yeah, go ahead.
I just want to quickly point out that Nigeria is already out.
Really?
Our cost of production is $35 per barrel. Saudi's cost of production is $4 per barrel.
I see where you're going.
So on the business side, we're already out. We only got this lifeline because of the war that pushed the price back up. People were already packing their bags. You heard that Mobil already sold off. You heard that people are already closing. It's no more profitable to produce oil in Nigeria because when oil comes back to normal, it will be an average of 40 or 45 barrels. You remember the time when Nigeria oil was on the IC and nobody was buying.
True.
So we're taking discounts. So we're already out because we can't compete with the Saudis in terms of cost of production right now.
True.
So we are out already.
Well, I hope, Victor, I hope they are hearing you, because people always come and say oil is not going anywhere. Oil is not going to go anywhere. The problem is that will Nigeria sell crude oil? The answer is no. We're going to be priced out. And that's what Victor is just confirming. Vivi Love one. Vivi Love one. How are you? On mute. Let's hear what you want to talk about. You guys have to get shorter, nicer names on Twitter so we can really get you guys. How you doing?
Hello, good afternoon. I don't know if you can hear me.
I can hear you a bit faint. You got an echo. Just speak up and then we'll be fine. You are muted, people love. Do you want me to give some time? I can go to Simplify.
Yeah, I was turning off my headphones. I don't know, for some reason.
Now you're better now. Yeah, okay. Go for it.
Perfect. I have a list that I wanted to go through. Yeah.
Where you from?
The first thing I wanted to mention is that this stealing has been done before. This is not the first time that we've been hearing that they have been stealing. Everybody knows that upstream they're stealing, downstream they're stealing. When it goes on the ship to go, I don't understand how a country can have only 5 refineries and only 4 are owned by the government. Running refineries, let me add. And I mentioned on Twitter before that for the government to buy, I think somebody was saying, why would the government buy equity in Dangote refinery? I'm like, this is a government that knows that they have been stealing before, so it's just something to have their hands in. It's not like they know they are going to make any further refineries to move forward. So where are we going with that? On sustainability, as Edwin, I think, mentioned, that is the way forward. In 2007, I think I saw on Lifeline that, for example, agricultural products, right, were losing trillions of dollars importing flour. They did an assessment, like an experiment. They said, okay, taste test. Look at this product. Is it the bread, sorry, that was made from the different types of flour, cassava, as opposed to the normal flour that was imported? Everybody was choosing the imported bread, right? And then they were like, oh, yeah, by the way, we lied to you. This is cassava. So we also have that problem of, if it's not coming from the abroad, why would your crude oil be manufactured abroad in the first place? Right? So we already have that consciousness of biasness, or I don't even know what it is called, with cahoots with other nations as well. Because why is Germany the one refining all your products? We should be looking at all these things since 60 years. They are the ones refining it. Obviously, they have been stealing. This is not even a new news. This is just something that was seen in the. We finally have official evidence, right? Air Peace and on the militants, for example. Air Peace chairman, I don't know if you guys knew, he was the one that helped to calm down the militants. But if you're not having dialogue or open dialogue with the government, of course, insurgents is going to, step up again. So I don't know. This whole conversation, I feel Nigeria should even be looking away from oil. This is what Dubai has been saying. That's why Dubai is the new spot for tourism, even though they have oil. This is what Africa and Nigeria specifically should have been looking at from the time being. I think I saw on Twitter one time when Senator Bruce was talking about, oh, let's be looking at Tesla supporting Innocence and Co. to go into electric vehicles. And some senators, I can't remember, were saying, oh, Nigeria is an oil producing state. How can you be supporting electric vehicles? And I'm like, no,
Yes.
we are not serious. We are really not serious because the world is moving forward, but we're not thinking. We don't have a backup plan. We're still seeing oil as something that is infinite, but it's a finite product. And the higher or the earlier we get on board with that, the better for us. I'm sorry that I'm so excited or exacerbated about this point, but this is what I've been saying for the longest time. Thank you so much for giving me a listening ear, and thank you for this platform. And we love all the things
Thank
you're
you.
doing.
Appreciate
God
that.
bless.
Yeah. Just in case folks want to Google what she's talking about, that was Senator Ben Bruce speaking and Senator Ikwere Madu saying that Nigeria sells crude oil, so we should actually be taxing Teslas and not promoting Teslas. I actually did a podcast on that. I wrote about that. That was to me the most amazing exchange I've seen in Nigeria, that the senator did not understand that crude oil was leaving and that we had to start to diversify our this is not just a senator, this is a deputy speaker or whatever. So I mean, it's my own question though is this: why is Innocent not doing gas-powered cars? You know, Innocent can actually get a lot of market share if he just says we're going to transit to only gas-powered cars. All our cars are going to be powered by gas. You know, and you just know that wherever you are in West Africa in the world, you can buy Innocent cars. They are gas-powered. Nigeria has got lots of gas. Get gas stations, get it going. Let's leave this fossil fuel thing behind. It's going to catch up with us. That's a new. I think we should start to focus more on gas. So, Innocent, if you're listening, I think you should try to look at gas as an alternative to crude oil. It's going away. No one's going to invest in Innocent going forward, i.e., foreign capital. And very soon, all Nigerian banks as well, because they want to have relationship with foreign banks, they will be forced, quote unquote, to sign climate pledge. So Zenith Bank will tell you we can't loan money to you if you have a diesel generator. Don't laugh. It's coming. They will force those banks to sign that they will not lend to anybody that is doing fossil fuels. They will sign off. So you go to a bank, you are doing palm oil, but
Mm,
your farm is powered by diesel powered. They'll say, well, you are polluting the environment, so we're not going to give you a loan, a foreign currency loan to improve your palm oil. It's already happening. The West is banning palm oil
mm,
and replacing palm oil with sunflower. Why? Because we burn the fields to make palm oil. It's all a scam. But they own it now. You know, they own the dollars, and you want to get dollars. So he that plays the pipe dictates the tune. So you also, change the rhythm a bit, right? So don't just say no. Don't say it won't happen. Change your own rhythm, right? Thanks a lot.
and
Yeah.
Sir Kalu, if it's possible for me to make another suggestion why Innocent isn't being supported, because, like I mentioned before, Africa is going to be a dumping ground. California, for example, stopping the cars, where are they going to throw all those cars to? Obviously,
Lagos.
Africa, you know? So we have to call a spade a spade. Apart from Nigerians and the corruption, there's also powers that be in quotes and quotes in the developed world that would make sure that this places never move forward. Because where are they going to throw it to?
Yeah.
Thank you.
We got to move as well. Yeah. I hear you. Simplify. Thanks for waiting. Let me have you on mute, sir. Simplify. Go for it,
Just,
sir.
just, just a quick one to take care of the refining issue. Your
Yeah.
refining capacity and the crude that you refine locally doesn't count as part of your OPEC quota. So if you
Nice.
refine 5 million barrels per day locally, and your quota is 2 million, you can still export your 2 million. Now, what Nigeria is suffering from today is long-term, non-productive investments in the oil and gas industry. The bigger part is that you've got pipelines that are over 40 years old. You've got pipeline right of way that is now bang in the city. And so you've got all sorts of activities around pipelines. And you've also got collusion, like they've all said. A standard pipeline in good health should be pumping at about well over 100 psi. Now, the pressure that gives, if you try to breach that pipeline, it's supposed to cut you in two, or it will kill an elephant. But you know that there are times when the pressure drops and people get funny on these things. Now, the local, on the onshore, near offshore, you've got two very critical pipelines that are now subject of several breaches, the Trans-Forcados and the Trans-Niger. The Trans-Niger, as of first quarter, was only delivering about 10% of whatever crude was getting in there. And so you have a lot of installations on land that have stranded production. If you now take it to the metering, somebody mentioned that they don't meter. Yes, there are meters. You've got flow station meters and you've got export terminal meters. You go to QIT, you see them there. They are actually not manned by the companies. They are manned by DPR or NUPRC, as they are called now. They are calibrated and so on. So what you find is, if anything is going on at the terminal, it's a whole bunch. It's a whole bunch of people getting busy. The real issue is, for what it's worth, the amount of crude that we produce today is currently unknown, and that's where the hanky-panky comes in. So you're supposed to meter.
Sorry, sir. Dwell on that, please. What do you mean unknown?
Okay, so there are facilities that have meters. There are flow stations that have meters, and then there are gathering facilities also that have meters, and also the export terminal or the final manifold to go out. For some of those locations, they are not the first stop for crude transport. So you have multiple fields in a location. They pump the crude out. It goes through some amount of processing, and then it gets into the pipelines. Once it gets into the pipeline, until it gets to the first flow station, you probably do not know what has come out of there. Now, the bigger challenge is that as the product gets, or the crude gets to its final destination, you find out that because of lack of manpower, which is also another issue, the point at which the records are taken leaves a lot to be desired. So between each of those lines, you've got manifolds and jetties. In the Niger Delta alone, I'm sure there are over 50,000 jetties. Private-owned jetties, government jetties. But you see, the problem is, no matter how small a vessel is, it gives off frequency, and it can be seen on the radar. And so this 700,000 barrels, if you take your figure as being sacrosanct, is more or less crude that is just not accounted for. And people said, oh, why don't we refine? The crude theft, the crude that used to get to the refineries, were actually the products that you get out of the refinery were PMS, AGO, jet fuel, DPK, and so on. But people didn't see the outer part, which is things like naphtha, LPFO, HPFO, paraffin, wax, and so on, that also come out from those refineries and get sold for almost nothing. So there are things that happen within the value chain that shows a level of insincerity. As we speak today, we are focusing on oil. However, up north and in the Middle Belt, there are vast areas that are ungoverned where you have illegal mining going on. That's also theft. And you know, the painful thing is it's an insincerity from the government level. Because for anybody, whether it's an international oil trading company or an international mining company, to come into your country and do that level of damage without repercussion, while I won't go as far as saying they should sink crude tankers because of the issues that will come out of that, not necessarily intercountry, but at least for our own biozones, I would say that we are a country where the risk level for any activity is so low that people get in as they wish. Now, we need to raise the risk level by making sure that there are consequences. If you put a flag officer commanding in the Eastern Naval Command, and this thing happens, you, even if it's a rear admiral or a vice admiral, you derobe him. By the time you do that to two people, these things will stop. Because nobody wants to spend 30 years in the military and live without anything, even if he has been stealing. And the same thing applies to whoever commands the JTF. And so you have a lot of lack of consequences.
Yes,
and so the bigger issue,
you said a lot.
Here,
you said a lot, and I really want to explore more with you. But let me just understand what you're saying in some of this oil theft. You're saying, I don't know the technical words, but what I hear you saying is that it's possible somehow to pump oil, it will be exported out, and if I'm the government in Abuja, I really don't know what has left Nigeria.
So because in Nigeria, you alluded to technology. In Nigeria, we have a penchant for having so many human roadblocks. So we see it in the ports, we see it at export terminals, we see it at all sorts of places. Abroad, you can go through an oil terminal without seeing a human being. Pipelines flow, and there's a control room to deal with all those issues. But in Nigeria, you actually see physical human beings right there. In those oil facilities, you see human beings, quote unquote, guarding the pipelines or the installations. The bigger issue here is that people sit in Abuja in active connivance with whoever, and it is whatever they tell their superiors that their superiors come out and trumpet. Because I'll be embarrassed as a president to come out and say 50% of my crude production is stolen. And the bigger issue is not even the president coming out to say it. It is the president trying to say it in such a way that makes it look as if he is helpless. So the state capture of the oil and gas value chain by non-state actors is real.
So just to be clear, because Victor was arguing that it was more like falsification of the figures, right? There's actual theft on the pipelines. People are actually stealing the crude oil and exporting out of Nigeria. This is happening.
Yes. No, Victor is correct. The truth is, have you tried to drive on the East-West Road?
Yes.
And see the number of military personnel spaced barely 10 kilometers apart. It tells you that a tanker of oil or a tanker of refined petroleum products, for instance, cannot get missing on that axis. The same thing with crude. You see, it's a national security issue, because those terminals, if you go to QIT, for instance, it's guarded by the military. The approach to QIT, if you're coming into Onne, you've got the outer Bonny, you've got the inner Bonny, all guarded by the Navy. In 2014 or 2013, a company that was being run purportedly by Tom Polo stopped Nigeria from exporting 7 shipments of NLNG. So if they want to put a blockade in place, they know what to do. And so those vessels couldn't move. The president intervened, everybody intervened, but they just didn't move until NLNG made the payments to the massa. So if we want to guard our waterways, we will do it. The resources to do it are there. Don't let anybody fool you about that. Like you said, some people are taking dividends. And this noise always happens when there's going to be a transition from one government to another. There was no noise about crude oil theft 2 years ago, 3 years ago. It always happens when we are transiting from one government to the other, because all of a sudden everybody is looking like, you know what, I might not be there next year.
So this is like this is a planned, and this is what I've maintained, this is a planned planned theft of almost 700,000 barrels away from the Nigerian budget by establishments, non-state actors. That's what's
Correct.
going on.
Correct.
The impact, of course, is what we see on the budget side, i.e., there are no dollars flowing to the government. The same government now has to go borrow. The same government has to then raise interest rates. So it affects us all across Nigeria.
Directly. It hits you smack in the face every day.
So
Because there was a time when the president and the people around him were saying that the people complaining about lack of dollars are middle income and upper income people. And I told someone, I said, that's very harebrained, because everything, the bread the masses eat, the rice they eat, the fabrics they wear, even the Ankara they wear, is all tied to some sort of import. And so if you assume that the so-called talakawas don't feel the impact of the dollar, it's rather unfortunate, and you're in government. So the bigger challenge for us, and in closing, is that until Nigeria understands the national security implications, the wider ones of this activity and other illegal activities all over the country, including the movement of our refined petroleum products by the tanker out of this country through the borders, until we realize the national security implications of it. It's not about the dollars only. It's about the day the last speck of sand will drop and the hourglass will tilt. It's about the day when the bread lines breaks and we see a spontaneous uprising. That the government will know that what they are doing, either in collusion, either by actions or inactions, would ultimately snowball. Unfortunately, it's those of us on this kinds of forum that are closest and most vulnerable when it happens, because the slums are right next to us.
I mean,
and so we need to be very, very clear on it.
Yeah. You are clearly an quote unquote inside guy. I want to really tap as much before. I know, and that's why I'm not asking your name. So, question again: is it possible for the Navy to stop this tomorrow?
If they want to, yes.
So going back to my question, 700,000 barrels are being stolen. The Navy can stop it. The president sees that his revenues are falling. He must know there's no money. We just have to pay British Airways money on Friday because they're trying to go on strike and not fly to Nigeria anymore. So money came out. So
and their kids won't be able to go back to school.
Exactly. So they know this. So it's not they are aware that there's no money in quote in Nigeria. ASU is on strike. But they know this, and the oil theft is going on. This is not 10,000 barrels. This is 700,000 barrels difference between 2020 and 2022. Yet nothing is happening. So how far up the chain?
Kalu?
Yeah, Victor, I want Victor, hold on. How far up the chain is this? Do you think is this stopping at the, and I'm going to quote, is this stopping at the service chiefs? Is this stopping at the political party? Is this to fund elections? How far is this going?
It's as far as your mind can imagine, Kalu. The struggle for anyone who has seen a laden vessel before is how a laden vessel can outpace a speedboat.
A frigate.
Yeah,
donated by the US
a frigate is a speed vessel.
Donated by the US Navy that was formerly.
It's not a slow moving flagship or airline carrier. A laden vessel that sits deep in the water must be stopped. It's a no-brainer. See, offshore Lagos, there's what we used to call the safe anchorage. When pirates used to go on those vessels, they could only go on them when they just arrive in Nigeria. And that's because they are sitting deep in the water. The moment they start doing their ship to ship, nobody can throw hooks and get on board. And so my question is, if we had safe anchorages and people were no longer being attacked, and we had them both in Lagos and offshore rivers, and people were not getting attacked, all you needed to do once you come into Nigerian waters was you had to declare at the pilot station that you are in town. And like you said, any vessel that didn't declare its arrival is definitely here on Hanky Panky. And we have resources to apprehend those vessels. We do. And if you say you're coming to load 2 million barrels, why the hell do you need a VLCC or a ULCC? So the questions are many. So once you allow a 3 million barrel vessel to come into Nigeria to come and load 2 million barrels, definitely there's a 1 million barrels elbow room, 50% extra.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
It takes a lot to move 700,000 barrels every day.
I mean, Victor, you're going to hop in here, but someone's querying me on Twitter. I'm going to post on Twitter the figures from the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics. It's not mine. So you can see the difference between crude output and the international oil price. Victor, go ahead. I'm just going to post it on Twitter. Yeah, go ahead, Victor.
Kalu, what I'm just trying to say is that we're not addressing the issues. We are trying to pamper over what the real issues are. As a state, we have a legitimacy problem. And nobody, especially Nigerians, the popular Nigerians or the majority of Nigerians, want to address that legitimacy issue. And let me say the legitimacy issue like this. If you have a family and your wife has stopped loving you and your kids no more listening to you, you are just calling your father of yourself father of yourself. You don't have a family anymore. And that's the problem with Nigeria. People, including people who operate state apparatus, be it military, be it DPR, be it oil companies, they have realized that there is no protection for them under the state of Nigeria. So everybody is busy looking after themselves. So the military, for example, will never allow Boko Haram and any of this insecurity to end because they have made much more money. They have satisfied, in fact, they have more uniforms than they have ever had in their life. That provision alone has enhanced their own personal ability. So tell me one reason why they will want these things to end.
I hear you.
Because they don't have an incentive to want it to end. Because that's where the flow of resources to them now come from.
I hear you. I hear you, Victor. Let me get Ike. Ike, hop in here. Simplify. Please don't go anywhere. I just need you to, just in case I'm going to get more questions. And I'm posting on Twitter the actual figures from the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, so you can visually see the fall in output. Somebody is saying it's because of COVID. I disagree vehemently. Like it's not COVID. You can see it right there. It's theft. We have newspaper reports, Reuters, Bloomberg, Tony Elumelu, Seplat, and Pengerson. We even have the Navy telling us they chased down a ship. It has nothing to do with COVID. It's theft. Let's call it what it is so we can take dress. Now, we've heard someone from the industry tell us that it can be stopped tomorrow, and we are not stopping it on purpose. Ike, please unmute and go ahead and speak.
Hi, everyone. Good evening, everyone. It's evening where I am. I don't know what time you are. Well, I think we deviated from the topic a little bit. So I will try to focus on the topic. But in terms of the oil theft generally, just like Boko Haram. When Boko Haram started, I was a student. I was in Mubi. They used to come to Mubi and then camp. And then we'll get messages on campus and say, don't go out today. When you go out, be careful. There are some movement in town that we should not be watchful. And the government did nothing about it. I was born in Bauchi State, and the same thing was happening in Bauchi State then. I think the Bauchi governor then took a very drastic action against Boko Haram then. And the military practically did a very terrible job on them, a very fantastic job on them. But it was so brutal. They killed a lot of them on the street and all that. But that was the end. That was how Bauchi State got saved. That was how Gombe State got saved. Okay, what I'm trying to say is that Nigerian problem usually, at the starting phase of it, they are not so complicated. They are problems that if the leaders intend to solve them, they could actually solve them within a short period of time. But what then happens is that you allow these things to go on, it becomes complicated, it becomes bigger, it becomes an industry, it becomes an economy, it becomes a living being of its own. And then before you know it, you give it one fantastic, beautiful name, informal sector. Today, as long as I'm concerned, the insurgency in Nigeria is an informal sector in Nigeria. The robbery, the oil theft in Nigeria is an informal. You can't even account for what goes on there. It's an economy of its own. How does this affect our life, our net worth? Before I left Nigeria, I had my savings in Nigeria. As soon as I left, I converted all my naira to pounds. But I have some pension funds. Of course, I can't withdraw them. I can't touch them. If I'm to drop my personal account now, and my auditor is audited, I'm going to definitely impair it at minimum 50%. And if I'm going to do a long time projection to say by the time I get to 60, I'm going to impair it by 100%. So that means that my pension is worthless to me. And that is the accounting for it. I'm an accountant. Basically, that's what I do. So it's worthless. It's worthless. Except something changed in our trajectory, in our national trajectory. But as it is going today, it's worthless. My family business, my personal business in Nigeria has gone underground. So the business we're now doing in our family now is to jackbar. So I have younger ones that my younger brother, he did this, he loved Nigeria so much. He didn't want to relocate, we begging him to relocate. He started his business. And now his business is going on that he's telling me, I can't do this anymore. I have to move. I said, well, I've been begging you to move for a long time. You have to move. When I left KPMG Nigeria to relocate, then our partners used to be bragging, oh, all of you cannot resign, all of you can leave at once. Well, we all left.
Wow.
Today, KPMG Nigeria, when they want to recruit, it's no longer first class, no longer 2-1. They are now taking 2-2 because all the experienced people have all left. So it affects you, your personal network, because your naira is simply back to every currency is back to an asset. If people don't understand crypto, every currency is back to an asset. So our naira is back to our coup, which is our asset. So when people are stealing it, or they are selling it at a ridiculous price, they are quickly stealing. That is why our government to print more naira, and then it's not backed by anything, and then you to just devalue the naira. That is why you see your savings are just going down. And people have realized this because it's a very simple mathematics. You don't need to have a complicated.
You are giving me lots of threads to pull here. Just like you. I remember going to Maiduguri when my first job. I was posted to Maiduguri as a manager, and I remember seeing Boko Haram folks. They were living on the wall. So if you have a house, they will come to your wall, build a tent with plastic, and they were reading their books. Very peaceful. They were there, and I said, "Who are these guys?" They said they are Boko Haram. They are like priests and clerics. I was shocked to hear that those are these guys that later on started to do but that's a different story.
Yeah.
I think you've
100%, you're right. Because then I was a student leader, and I used to travel through all the whole of Northeast. I was kind of a zonal leader then. So I used to go to Maiduguri, Bauchi, and Taraba. I used to travel frequently. So I understand what was going on within that region. So you're 100% correct about that.
So, but
just one question before I think why I question for this mic was because you guys did mention the impact of the Russia-Ukraine war on how to impact our oil supply and all that in the future. From my view, from the way I look at it, I really think it's going to accelerate nuclear power and nuclear fission in an unprecedented way. The UK have set up a motion on that. Where I live, we get our power from France. And we have been trying to make sure that the France guy supplies 100% clean power. And then there's this research, I'm aware that this Microsoft guy was doing with China, that Trump Trump policy made it impossible for them to continue. But then you can see clearly, you can hear the tone going forward that they are beginning to question the German strategy to say, why do you shut down your nuclear power plant? And for years, the Western world have not invested in nuclear research. And now they are doing it massively. And the knowledge is there. They're even making it, building it, even in a smaller portion. What this means, the way I look at it, I just want you to, this is my view. So I want someone to, if you have an opposing view, just counter my view. The way I look at this is that by the time this war is gone, I'm sorry, the battery technology is aggressively moving. You know, the next oil will be resources to build battery. The next, that is just it. Don't forget it. Oil will be nothing in the next decade, because just like cryptocurrency, I think the nuclear energy, nuclear fusion energy, and the cryptocurrency are going to be the major technology that's going to be adopted massively in the next decade. I think that is just my view about it. And
yeah, good point.
so by the time we are out of this war, our oil will be nothing.
Ike, I agree with you. I mean, it's there at COP26. Almost all of Europe, the European Investment Bank, the big American banks, they all said it. No more fossil fuels lending. They gave a target date for Alaska. They're going to go around the world. They've said it. It's not a secret. We know it's coming. We're just buying time with Ukraine and Russia war. After this is all settled, they will come back to us. Look at what happened to fertilizer. They said Africa cannot use fertilizer, urea, natural gas to make fertilizer because it's harming Europe's climate goal. Hear me what I'm saying. Europe told Africa not to make fertilizer using urea because it's harming Europe's climate goals. So what about Dangote's refinery? Just last week, Dangote refinery is revealed as the largest exporter in Nigeria. Dangote is exporting urea fertilizers to Brazil and the US. He's now Nigeria's largest export by company and by sector. What's the future of that refinery complex? What happened in Sri Lanka? The West went to Sri Lanka and told them, do sustainable farming. So don't use fertilizer or whatever. And then look at what happened to them. Food were expensive, riots. Look at Netherlands. What's happening in Netherlands? Look what happened in Spain. This whole green thing. You can't use fertilizer and all that. It's coming. It's rolling. And okay, just to make sure that we get your point. This theft, this wholesale theft of crude oil, that affects us all directly. The government has no revenues. Your naira becomes worthless. So the youths, the young, educated, English-speaking youth that should pay taxes to Nigerian government to stay back are all leaving. And when they all leave and hollow out the labor market, what then happens? Where does the government get taxes from when oil is no longer what we want to sell? So it's a problem, guys. Kabir, what's up? Kabir A. Bello, how you doing, sir? Go for it.
Good evening, everyone.
I can hear you. Go for it.
Okay. I think the last speaker, Ike, he said a lot of things. He said things about nuclear fusion, and he also talked about nuclear fission. And those two skills right now, they are really booming because of the concept of climate change and every other thing. And you would remember that before the concept of, let me say, the concept of global warming, the nuclear fusion and fission was kind of, a kind of something that is a kind of energy that is being frowned upon. But when the concept of, let me say, this global warming comes into play, a lot of countries are supporting it because they see it as a more cleaner energy compared to fossil fuel. So the issue with Nigeria right now is we are in a complex situation in the sense that our oil is being stolen, and this same oil is going to get redundant in the nearest future. We like it, we love it. That is the fact now. And another issue now is we also have issues of poor governance. So if we have issue of poor governance and the main assets through which this country runs in, that is propelling this country, the same asset is being stolen, and the same asset is not, or in the nearest future, is going to become either worthless or not even adding up to anything. So, like Ike has said, Europeans, especially, they are pushing toward the concept of nuclear fission and nuclear fusion. Right now, nuclear fusion is even where they are focusing on, because nuclear fusion is like an endless energy source. Though it's still a technology that every of these countries are coming up. There's a consortium between US and France and all other countries trying to make the nuclear fusion to work. So right now, I think the issue of our oil being stolen, we have to look at it critically, because there is a point whereby we have to get all the juice we can get from this our fossil fuel before it becomes an expired product, a
So,
product that's.
question for you: are you and Ike just trying to say with style that Nigeria should do nuclear energy? Because not in
No,
my
no, 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 no. No, we are not saying we should do nuclear energy, but we are just saying the fact.
okay,
Right now, oil will be a product that Europeans will be less dependent on in future.
true.
Because if you look at most of our exports, we don't use most of our oil, even we don't refine most of our oil, and Europeans buy our oil, Asia buy our oil, and US also buy our oil. And if the concept, the whole Europeans are saying, oh, we want to go to cleaner energy, even when we are talking about battery now, the concept of battery, when we are talking about lithium and the rest, they are finding more ways to make battery, because they know lithium itself, it degrades the ecosystem. And they are looking for other ways whereby we can use salt and heavy other materials to make battery. But what I am saying, and Ike is trying to say, is in the long run, these people are pushing towards a cleaner energy. And if these resources that we have, that we call our oil, and it is the same this oil that this country is being run upon, and it is being stolen, not well managed, then
God.
what are we going? Hello, can you hear
No,
me?
yes, I can. I'm just saying. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Yeah.
So what is going to be left of us, especially now? We should be saving right now. But
See,
all of those revenue that we should be saving from the oil is being stolen. And I can tell you, this our oil that is being stolen is an organized crime. It's not just a one-man business. It is an organized crime. Because I will tell you, if you look at every other countries, if you look at Saudi Arabia, Russia, that is their oil producers, there are ways through which you can come to offshore to get oil. There are processes.
I
You
hear you.
can't just go. There are processes through which a vessel can load oil. Is it that we don't have same process? We have same processes, but the issue is it is an organized crime, whereby every sector or every sector in the every person or every department in the oil sector is involved in this crime. It's not just someone doing all of these. So we have people in the government. We
Coming,
have people.
I agree with you. I think like that's the point we are making. I think Semperfi and Victor have also stressed like this cannot be one set. It's not one actor. It looks like it's an agreement in quote was reached to say let's pay ourselves before the government leaves, because you can't miss. I posted on Twitter the difference between 2020 and 2022 oil output. It's stealing. It's been called stealing by Pengerson, by Reuters, by Bloomberg, by the guys that own the oil infrastructure. So it's stealing. But let me get someone in here so we can hear thoughts from Godfrey. Godfrey, hi. Go ahead on the mute and just speak, sir.
Good evening, everybody. And I like this forum and the way it's going. I just want to say two things. I want to disagree with Victor and Sipa when it comes to, with the last speaker, Kabiru, when it comes to oil being irrelevant in the next decade. Why do I say so? There are two things going up in Europe, which is tied to what is going on in Nigeria when it comes to the oil. Two, there are two different schools of thought. One is the ones that believe that the natural gas, you can use it and power, which is why they are building. There is a pipeline they are laying from Warri down to Kano, down to Chad, from Chad to Algeria, that will end up in Spain and enter Europe. If they do not believe that gas has something, the oil has something to do in the 21st century, they won't do that. They won't embark on that project. That project is still going on as I'm speaking to you right now. Now, second, The people that believe that we have to use nuclear energy to power Europe, with the green stuff revolution that is coming up in 21st century, is one school of thought. And these things are coinciding together during this period. Now, when you will want to juxtapose it saying that oil will be irrelevant, I don't quite agree with that. What I will agree with is that oil in the next decade will not be as much as it is right now. In other sense, let's just say maybe the price might come down, maybe $20, $40, as the case may be. But nobody knows because nobody can predict the future, even up to now. Now, the next thing I want to talk about is the oil theft. I think there is a way we can stop this. One, it has to do with who and why is it that is the only particular section that is always posted when it comes to oil. The military, if you go and check the personnel that are there, they are from one particular section of the country. The Navy, when you go, the same thing. The police, mention both the NEMASA, DPR, the military, the police, the Navy, who are the custodian to protect and guide and know where this oil end up and where they left, who loaded what. Is this one coming from government? Is this one personal arrangement between the staffs and navies in connive to thief this oil? You find out that if the whole sum of Nigerians are inclusive, let's just say most of Nigerians are inclusive in those places, this thing will not happen. Somebody will come out and say, no, this cannot take place. One particular section is in charge of this.
Godfrey,
and this thing has been going on. Oga, please, I just want to point this out because most of you will not know this. This thing has been going on since this government take place. And they need to revive because it's easy. If we are in a particular section, we can easily agree and do whatever we want to do. But if everybody is involved, this thing cannot take place. It has been going on for a very long time. I think once you're holding this, let's point this thing out and so that we can solve our problem. Because this problem is not what we can solve in a day. All of us have to agree and chart a way forward. Thank you very much and have a blessed day. If you have a question, I'll be ready to answer it. Thank you.
Yes, I'm just clarifying the comments you're making, not trying to stop you from speaking, just trying to talk about the oil, the way I see oil economy is really changing, right? I don't think crude oil is going anywhere. The wind turbines need engine oil to operate. Coal, I saw a report this week, coal is the second largest power source in the entire world. Coal is used in India and China above 55%. So fossil fuels, not just crude oil, are not going anywhere. The problem is this. It's going to be a game of scale. Nigeria's biggest crude oil market was India. Right now, Russia and India are becoming very, very close. They are doing trade by barter because of the sanctions. They are locking in their economies. Russia and China are also becoming very, very close. They are locking in. Saudi Arabia wants to use the yuan to accept payments for crude oil. What you're going to see is a tripartite with those BRIC states where India, China, all that, Argentina, there's going to be a separate economic bloc and they will use their own resources. Nigeria would have the crude oil, but will not find a large buyer like India or China or even the EU that can uptake 2 million barrels per day. This is my point. So crude oil will be available, but you can't export it in bulk as the same because the market will become more strategic. Even if you have a cheaper oil source, they will not buy from you because you're not in that BRIC network. But you see the advantage for Nigeria, crude oil itself has many uses which we have not explored. We've just seen urea from Dangote Fertilizer that made us the largest exporter just like that, right? We haven't explored all of crude oil to manufacture and to export that. So petrochemicals are also a big, big, big thing that we have to go in. Just to add to that, to Godfrey, what you're saying, not trying to stop you. Let me get Karoshi, Ann_Tunji. Thank you for waiting so long, sir. I appreciate you waiting. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kalu.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Please go ahead.
I want to quickly state that Nigeria oil business has been scandalous from the start. Shell coming into Nigeria in the 60s or 50s, the whole process has not had the majority at heart. It has always been about getting the government involved in a certain way that will favor policies for the company and not for the people. And of course, that is what led to the rise of oil theft and bunkering in those locations where these oils are located. So this has been accumulated problems based on bad decisions upon bad decisions, and then it has totally escalated to this point. And also, I want to add that in the point of crude oil not being valuable, Nigerians need to go back to the first principle of power. It doesn't really matter what power will come from at the end. It is oil is just something that was giving values to human at some point in time. Its time is going to come and pass, and people just need to know that what human will always need is heat, power, and they need to find a way to add value to that. Nigerians need to stop thinking on all these layers of economies that has made things complicated. We need to go back to the basics to understand that the whole point of a rich nation is adding value to the world, and we just need to not forget that. And lastly, I also want to ask Mr. Kalu, what can the NNPC becoming a limited liability company do for this? I know they are no longer part of the petrol ministry, but I feel like them having to generate profit at this point might have some sort of effect in the oil theft that is going on.
Yeah,
Thank
I'm
you.
going to get simplified to answer that last question, but I think it has to have no bearing. This looks like a connivance with the security guys and some very, very big folks on top, right? It's all, so NNPC is just a player. It's like I'm just a guy in the bank. I work as a teller, but the bank CEO and the bank and the CBN are moving money back and forth. So I'm not really sure what to rule operationally. They're just a player now. But Senpai, do you have any thought? And I also see your hand is up, sir.
Okay, just to address the matter of change of oil and movement away from crude oil. I believe there's a lot of energy hypocrisy by the developed countries. Green energy, I believe, is just their own mantra for moving the economic scale further away from resource-rich countries. That's much we can say. In terms of the NNPC, if you take a pig and you slap on lipstick, it doesn't change the pig.
True.
NNPC hasn't run as a profitable business. So changing it into a limited liability company won't make it a profitable business. It's operationally and structurally deficient. It's got the most brilliant set of people that you can think of within the oil and gas industry. But like someone has alluded to, there's been quite a bit of layering of those brilliant people by people who don't really understand. And when we say people from a section of the country are holding on to certain strategic assets, crude oil theft, corruption, and everything that draws a country back knows no region, knows no language, knows no creed or religion. So let's leave all of that sectionalism aside. It's an elite consensus. What you're facing today is an elite consensus.
Field, I don't think you are correct in that state.
Let me land, sir. You see, it's elite consensus. There are people who, whether they are from the northeast, northwest, southeast, south, that have agreed to do all of this. So there's no forget the sectionalism. It's the way we are. Now, in terms of Dangote has built a petrochemical plant, not a refinery, actually. What he has built is a petrochemical plant, where he believes that about 60 to 70% of his revenues are going to come from the derivative of crude oil. That's not fuel, that's not petrol, that's not fuel driven. So invariably, the sum total of all we are looking at within our economy today is that for some reason, whatever it is that we see, like what Ike was alluding to, you've got a pension fund, you wake up in January, it's worth, for argument's sake, rated to $360, and then you go to bed in December, and the rate has dropped to about 700 something. Now, the bigger challenge is that in terms of crude, today, you have more stranded production than actual theft going on. Because the people who are legitimately doing the oil business can't pump this crude into pipelines where they are not sure it's going to get to the terminal. And then secondly, you find a lot of these first world IOCs moving away from our land installations. The reason is because environmental degradation doesn't know jurisdictions. And for every time a company is fined, they have to provide for it on their balance sheet. So if you fine Shell for $2 billion, whether it's Shell Nigeria or wherever, they have to provide for it on their balance sheet, on their global balance sheet. So Nigeria is becoming problematic. So for every time you breach a pipeline and the environment gets degraded, like Kalu said before, somebody can wake up in The Hague and say Shell is damaging flora and fauna in such a way that it's getting to them in Amsterdam. And so most of the problems that we are facing is that we cannot take Nigeria as a microcosm. Nigeria cannot exist in a vacuum. And the problem that we have is that we don't even have investable funds. So NNPC becoming a limited liability company cannot access investable funds for new fossil fuel projects, which is why a couple of weeks ago, NNPC had to renew licenses, OMLs, on pre-PIA terms for 20 years to stimulate investment. So you see, there are a lot of issues that we cannot squeeze into this space. However, just bear in mind that whatever it is that we are doing today, or whatever we are facing today, is a progressive degradation that has lasted since the time of Abacha. Since the day Abacha gave refinery turnaround maintenance to Chrome International.
Oh, I remember.
The owner of Chrome is still alive.
That's a maker of
and he's still collecting private jets. so Marubeni of Japan that built the refinery came, tendered, and they didn't get the job.
Yeah, I mean that turnaround maintenance was supposed to be like just service the refinery for 2 seconds and we're done. And here we are.
You gave it to Chrome. Chrome spent God knows how long. They terminated the contract in 1999. And since then, the refineries have been working in fits and starts. The FCC is not working, so you can't even get the lighter material. That's why when your refinery is working, all you get are things like naphtha, LPFO, HPFO. And those things find their way out of the country.
Let me ask you, sir. Let me ask you a question real quick. This modular refinery thing, right? If we can we not just do like 500 barrels per day modular refinery, give it to all these boys in the creeks, and say produce kerosene? How is that not what is wrong with that?
There's nothing wrong with it, but 500 barrels per day will not be economic in terms of the amount of funds that you need to move the crude from point of production to point of refining.
I mean, they are doing it right there. They just refine it the same way they're doing it.
They are busting the pipipeline and they are taking the little.
I mean,
sorry, go ahead.
What I'm trying to say is that is there a way? I'm not a tech guy. Is there a way that we can incorporate those folks? So instead of having the army or paying an ex-militant $4 billion, we are saying we're going to give the pipelines to the community, just like we have the host community. And the community can have a refinery. If they want to do a refinery, a small modular one, they can sign an agreement. So that refinery or that local government has a refinery that they refine whatever they want to refine. But because they own it, they have they want to guard the pipeline. So I wouldn't let anyone come to my hometown of Ohafia and break the pipeline if I'm getting dollar payments from that refinery every month. Isn't that something we can do?
It makes a lot of sense, Kalu. Now, what it also helps is that they just don't bust the pipeline, take what they want to take, and then the crude is just flowing into the waterways. You understand? You take what you need, you shut it off.
Yeah.
You go to the manifold again, you take what you need, you shut it off, and then you pay via reconciliation, probably I agree, weekly, monthly, quarterly, or whatever, and that works. But you see, the bigger issue is when you're supposed to like you finance people always say, bring people in to the tax bracket. And there's no better way to do it like what you just suggested. It was one of the things. And you know, the funny thing about modular refining is that now I don't need to produce PMS because I know I don't need to. I can set up my refinery to just give me distillates, and PMS, government can continue to do whatever it wants to do with PMS. A lot of the diesel that is sold in the South today is cooked diesel. That, you know, so the bigger challenge is you're not seeing engines getting knocked, you're not seeing machines getting damaged, but for some reason we go in there, we set fire to the place, and then create even more suits. So the unintended consequences of the approach of government, of the jackboot approach of government, is that you're forcing these guys deeper and deeper into either to unpolluted areas.
That's why I'm going to, just the pollution, and also to get them into the free. Godfrey,
no,
Kalu, please, can I ask Semperfly one question?
No, Oga Victor, please hold on, please. I just want to. SIPA have just made a very important thing, and I think that's where government
I just
has failed.
want to ask him one question.
Okay, go ahead, please.
The question is, why are we still producing onshore? If he can answer that question, because we have no reason to be producing onshore at all.
Mr. Victor, the production onshore has actually dipped because of stranded production, and because people are not sure that they can pump product from their refinery or from their flow stations, and it will get to the export terminal or the gathering facility. So you have quite a number of people who have just shut down their facilities and moved on from it. So what you find is, if you are in legitimate business, there's no way you want to pump 100,000 barrels of crude, for instance, per day, and you probably get 5,000 on the other end. So the safer thing to do, or the cheaper thing to do, is to shut down that facility until such a time when you have some level of comfort in the ability to pass these things along. So most of what you are seeing is quite a number of people. For Tony to have come out to shout that, listen, is bleeding. It just shows you there's no way as a businessman that is going to continue to pump and incur the full barrage of costs attached to moving this crude without getting the outward. I know Total has stopped. Aeroton, Midwestern, quite a number of companies are no longer producing onshore because they can't guarantee.
Which leads me to exactly my point. You see, sometimes in Nigeria, we know how to shout about the thief while we do not fix the door to the room. The truth of the matter is that Nigeria is a system designed to aid the robbery and is a sectional system, which is why I disagree with you earlier when you said it's not sectional. If we know that insecurity in 10 years are eating $15 billion of our income and claim 100,000 lives, tell me why a reasonable person will say they are still against state police and local police.
I hear you, but I want us to just focus. I get the point you're making, but I want us to just stay on this oil track.
No, but there are some things are systemic. They are systemic, and there are gatekeepers to that system.
Victor,
we need to acknowledge those gatekeepers to that system, because ownership is how things work. When people feel they don't have a sense of ownership to anything, they steal it. If people work in your supermarket and you don't pay them and they see the money they are delivering to you, they start stealing your goods. It's simple.
Oga Kano, I think you have just made a point there, but I just want us to focus on the oil, which SEPA have said a very important thing. Kano was raising a point. If those guys that are breaking the pipeline, that are refining AGO in, I know some spots in Okwa West where this thing is going on at night. So many trucks will park and load AGO down north. They will refine very well. The question has been, because there was a time Ben Bruce was raising this in Senate House. That was during 2016 or 2017. I can't remember. If we can also engage these boys and bring them into the system, I think it would have helped us very much. I think Jonathan wanted to do something like that during his era. I didn't know what happened. That thing couldn't move forward. He was trying to Let those guys be engaged, find a way. Instead of them breaking the pipeline, they will open a valve for them where they can fetch and refine. Anytime they need, they fetch and refine, something of that nature, and bring them into the system. And this has been the problem. This has always been one of the problems we're having. We don't have indigenous way of making things work. Instead, we rely on what has been said, the white man has done. We don't look through our system. How do we incorporate this to work for us? And I think
Godfrey, the question
yes, I'm with
is,
you.
why are Topolo's boys not wearing Navy uniform? Why are Kano boys wearing uniform instead of Topolo boys, where the sea and the oil and the pipelines are in their region? Why are they idle? And the boys from Kano and Kaduna are the one wearing Navy uniform?
You guys.
No. Oga Victor will not get. Let's stay. I understand. When I mentioned the section thing, there's so many things I encompass. Let's talk about there's a very important principle I have said. Can raise it. You understand? I think that's what we should put to this government. See a way we can incorporate those guys into the system. It will work very, very well if we go that route. But the issue of burning those things they are burning, showing on TV, it can never stop the crude oil theft. It will not. That's on a smaller scale. We are not talking about people who are using vessel, you understand, to move the product out. We are not talking about those ones because I'm opportune and privileged to know one or two things. That was why I made the case. But SIPA did not understand it. Maybe SIPA see it from a different point of view that I just wanted to be. No, it's something that they really need to work on. If we want Nigerian thing to work, everybody to own, everybody has to be involved. Just like Victor is just trying to mention, you understand, why is it Tompolo guys are not involved? But I don't want to go that route. All I want us, at the end of this space, there will be solution. There will be recommendation on how to move forward. Right. It's not blaming game that has been existing for a far while. No, that's not what I want. And I want, before I conclude, SIPA do not be offended. Before I conclude, I believe with SIPA that the issue of green energy is tied against Africans because they know we are waking up to our dreams that we are believing last year. Because to me, there's nothing like green. The issue of climate change is just a scam. If you go back to as far back as 1970 something and check, you find that there have not been incremental change in climate change. They are just deceiving us. I know what I'm talking about. You just need to go and do your research very well before we pop about this green energy. It might hunt us or bite us in the butt. Thank you very much.
All right, so great space again. If you're just tuning in, guys, we're talking about the crude oil theft in Nigeria. We're exploring. The figures are not in contention. Nigeria is losing, give or take, about 700,000 barrels when compared to, say, 2020. So we're talking about that. We're linking that back to how it affects you on the personal side. We're saying, hey, Nigeria has got to borrow more because we are not paying revenues back to the treasury. We're seeing the environmental degradation is going to get worse because more pipes are being broken into. Whereas even talking solutions, and I think one thing that we've said is this: the Navy can stop this. So the Navy isn't stopping it. That means someone is asking them not to stop this. So let's just make that point clear. Let me also get Chris size 1. Please go ahead, sir.
Okay, good evening, guys. When I saw this topic, I just laughed. But the first question should be, when you're talking about Navy, go and look at the NNS person that the past commanders, like 5 years down the line or 10 years ago, just go and find out how well they become, and some senior Navy officers. Check the Navy, the military too, that have been posted to the Niger Delta region, like the operation, what they call it again, Crocodile Smile and the rest. Go and find out how rich they become. Right now, as we speak, we are talking about crude oil theft, and the government is shouting up and down. Go to a place like Ohajebema in Rivers State now. The boys are cooking this night. By 5 a.m. tomorrow morning, they will be moving these products to Ore, supplying to hotels. They will run their diesel. They will run their diesel generators with these products. Most of the hotels are using it. The ones in what they call it, Rumekbe, still in Rivers State, they'll be supplying to hotels and construction companies in Port Harcourt. If you go to Isaka, in Okrika local government area, close to the Navy dockyard, just like 15 minutes by boat, you see boys cooking there, carrying it in big, these local boats, I don't know, canoes, taken to the Gulf of Guinea. And we have navies patrolling around those regions and all that. Then there's one I just found out. If you go to a place called Ndoni, by Bema local government area, you see brand new tankers, more than 50 of them or so. They load these products from Omok through Ibocha to Owerri to Cross River State. They are going to what they call it Cameroon through the border and all that. Sometimes you see the military protecting these guys, and we are talking about crude oil theft. Go to these communities where this pipeline pass through. You see what they call poverty. Poverty. Their traditional rulers will just go there and sign one MOU, collect SUVs, collect money, and that's all. Then these guys, I can categorically tell you, and can be most of them, they will just buy drums, call welders, with less than 700,000. They will just construct one thing called a fire joint. That's the local name they call it here. With 700,000, you can actually construct something like that. In a week, you're making up to 5 million naira, and you are telling that same person to stop that business. And the military, when the government starts shouting for them, they will just come and put fire, and the rest is here, or they cut some guys doing bunkering and all that. Most of these trucks you are seeing along the East-West Road, between River State to Bayelsa to what they call it again, Delta State, you see them parked like a mechanic workshop or something. They are actually loading products. And the government will be shouting, what they call it, crude oil theft and all that. Sometimes I just imagine, are we deceiving ourselves or something? You need somebody, an insider in NNPC, to come and explain this thing to us. Because I don't even think the NNPC even knows anything about this oil theft. Because when they come out to make all these claims and all that, I just think it's somebody dreaming or they are sleeping or something. Because these are the things we are seeing on the daily. As I'm speaking to you now, as I'm talking to you now, go to Agua, go to Rumekbe, all these places in River State. I can tell you, most of these hotels, even the construction companies, they are buying these products from them. I used to buy when I was running a hotel. I buy this product. Diesel right now in Abuja, I was buying 850, but I can buy diesel here, a liter for 200 and all that. And it hasn't affected my generator or something like that. And the government will be coming out to say, and NNPC will tell me that they don't know what's going on. Let's not even talk about the big boys going offshore to buy from. Okay, now, for you to bring your ship or your vessel to come and load products in Nigeria, you pass through Gulf of Guinea, and we have NNS personnel patrolling that region, and government is spending heavily. Go and look at these Navy guys, how rich they've become. The lobby, there was an NNS personnel commander that came. They transferred him, he worked his transfer and came back. Most of them are owning estates in Abuja and all that. And we are just deceiving ourselves and talking about crude oil theft, the government and all that. What about the people, the locals? They are making huge money out of it because of poverty. The 13% derivative coming to this oil producing state, are they getting it? The communities and all that. It's the governors, the big men.
I hear you. I hear you. You cut off a bit, so if you can hear me, you've cut off a bit. I'm not cutting you off, but I can't really hear you. So can anybody else hear him? Obi, can you hear him? Obi, I haven't said hi to you today. The conversation has been fast flowing. How are you doing? Hope you're well. Okay, let me get Dice. Dice, I can't really hear.
Hi,
Go ahead, sir.
how
Dice?
you doing?
Yes. Hi.
Yeah, hi, Kalu. Nice to finally talk to you, and good space so far.
Thank you.
I think there's been a lot of internal knowledge shared on the workings of refineries and supply of crude oil. But like so many Nigerian problems, I think we're missing the fundamentals. The fundamentals of running a country like a company, like an organization, is performance based. And when there's no performance, it's termination. The issue we have in Nigeria is there's no punishment for wrongdoing. When we look at how long our NNPC, our refineries have been non-functional, yes, we know they've been non-functional for how many years now? But within that time, I've not had one single minister or NNPC chief lose their job because of non-performance. Navy, they said a ship went missing or oil theft. This is oil. This is not a digital currency. This is something you have to move physically. As of now, there's been no recognition by maybe the top naval officer or any of the military actually saying a ship went missing on my watch, here's my resignation. Or nor are we asking for it. We cannot keep not punishing wrongdoing and expect things to change.
That is true.
It is bad enough, right, that our leaders don't have the people at heart. Because one would imagine, when you're talking about modular refinery, one would imagine that all producing states, as of now, 50 years after we discovered oil, right, would have some of the most fascinating petrochemical plants in the world. Like, they will have pumped in so much money locally that people will be going there to check out how amazing these structures are. But no, what do we have in turn? We have poverty and deprivation. And why? When we look at it again, you look at the local chiefs, you look at the local billionaires displaying their foreign bought cars, and nobody's asking for punishment. Nobody's saying, well, you said government did not give us money, but you're rolling. You're building estates. Where is the punishment here? People get attacked, right? I mean, people attack pipelines. Who is meant to be guiding it? Who is resigning for not guiding it? And the story continues. NNPC has over 6,300 staff. NNPC was set up for one reason and one reason only: to help Nigeria maximize having crude oil and natural gases. And during the NNPC's watch, we've been importing refined products for the past 20 years. And nobody, not one single NNPC person or head of NNP is in jail. So what do you have?
Yeah.
So you have a scenario where that went unpunished. Then they started charging subsidy at point and pay. So people will basically collude with NNPC staff to say they've seen a ship that has brought in crude, and they get rich overnight, which Okonjo-Iweala was pointing out that, look, we paid $2 billion in subsidy last year. How come it's suddenly 8? But this is the problem. When you don't punish one crime, it grows. And people become, so everybody making money off subsidy now, right? Are like, okay, what can we make money off? Why don't we just steal the crude?
Yeah, I mean, guys, the central point of what you're saying is this: no one is getting punished. No one in the NNPC, in the military, or even in the administration. No one is holding the president. The president is the minister of petroleum. Nobody's holding him to task. And that is a big problem for me, that you are losing 700,000 barrels. And there's been no official statement from the ministry or from the state house. No one is saying this is why we're losing it. This is what we're doing to mitigate it. It's just, let's just keep cruising and all that.
Kalu, is the most ridiculous thing. About 6 months ago in the UK, a woman was walking on the street and she was attacked by an off-duty policeman. Now, this is one incident. One woman, one policeman. Wrongdoing, what happened? People are on the street protesting, right? Calling for the resignation of the then commissioner of police. Now you have a scenario where in Nigeria it is headline. Somebody would say we're losing 80% of our crude oil. Not even the media is calling for any form of resignation, any form of punishment, any form of retribution. So we can argue till we're blue in the face where crude oil is going, where nuclear is coming, without the structure to deliver whatever it is we're asking you to deliver. Without that structure to deliver, we will continue to fail, and we will continue to fail big. Remember the first time they said snake swallowed money? Everybody was laughing. And I said, you know what? It's going to get worse. And 3 months later, what did they say? Monkey stole money.
Is it
Why?
termites or termites or who?
Yeah. Why? Because, Kalu, till today, we all agree there's corruption ongoing, yada, yada. We all agree people are getting rich off illegitimate means. How many people can we point to that's doing some kind of term, serving some kind of jail term because of corrupt practices,
So
because of non-delivery?
I hear you. Somebody's on Twitter telling me that the political party is raising money for 2023 elections by allowing the theft of crude oil from that. It's clear and apparent that's what's going on. They are raising money.
I completely believe it. Remember when they came and said they were approving 4 trillion naira in subsidy? It's like, did we start consuming more petrol?
No, we did not.
So not only are we rewarding the brain-numbing inefficiency of being the only oil-producing nation in the world that can't refine its own product, we are now making our people poorer by sending 4 trillion to who? And we keep quiet. And I'm like, people, seriously, why are we not angry? Then when you now look at, when we come back to this topic about the effect on our lives, Nigeria has one of the worst road networks in the world. One of the key components of tying roads is bitumen. Apart from the fact that we have natural bitumen deposits, one of the byproducts of refining crude is also bitumen. Now, Kalu, if you're the CEO of Nigeria, knowing fully well that we have some of the worst road networks in the world, I would say every state should have a refinery.
Yeah.
Produce the bitumen to contractors that will tar the road. It is a no-brainer. But no, we're actually exporting crude and bringing in PMS and diesel. Where's the bitumen?
I hear you. Dice, thank you so much. Again, like you said, good to finally speak to you. I appreciate the comments you've made. We are all in agreement. Let me get Anna in here. Anna, then I'm going to get Anna, then Tosi. Tosi, just hang on. Anna, go ahead.
2 Timothy chapter 2 verse 20 says, in a great house are many vessels, some of gold, some of silver, some of wooden, and some of earth, and some for honor and some for dishonor. It's actually out of place to say Nigeria has the worst roads. Nigeria does not have roads. The Abuja Airport Road is a death trap. That is the only highway in the world, in a capital city, that has culverts open. I'm an infrastructural specialist. That is a death trap. You normally have road restraint systems, which act as fail-safe mechanisms. I'll give you another example. You just have carriageways. You don't have a road. A road infrastructure consists of about 26 kind of assets. What do I mean? I'll just use road safety, for example. When it rains, the speed limit on a road changes. How does it change? You use what you call variable motor signs, which will give you the new speed limit. Because the speed limit before there's inclement weather is different from the speed limit when there's non-inclement weather. Is there any highway telephones on our highways? So Nigeria does not have roads. Those are just pathways, no road in Nigeria. Now to the theft issue and the national infrastructure. Those are critical national assets, and I would agree with this certain earlier guy who spoke and said it's ownership. In infrastructure, is about ownership. Nigeria only has, let's say, 6,000 kilometers of pipelines for crude, when Russia has about 54,000 running through enemy quarters. So it's about ownership. To the issue of modular refinery, I agree. I actually have a proposal from one of the manufacturers of modular refineries here in Texas for a 4,000 barrel per day hydroskimming refinery, which would cost about $100 million. So is that the best case? Yes. And why is that important? And why did I pursue that? I pursued that because of the environmental degradation, environmental terrorism aspect of our explorations. Between 2016 and 2020, 1,262 trillion cubic feet of gas was fled into the environment. We've not even talked about gas flare, we're just talking about crude. And it will interest you to know that just a gallon of gasoline or crude will contaminate 760,000 gallons of water. Wow. And even the ITO spill was running for over 32 days. You've not gone to the Ogoni. So I think there are larger issues, but in the context of just the theft, I would say as critical national infrastructure is from a point of ownership. Two, there's geospatial data that gives you everything happening within the Nigerian space. At the right time, the information we put on the kitty. Then thirdly, what must the government do? What did Colombia do when they were plagued with cocaine issues? What they did is they created a parallel industry. What was parallel to cocaine? Coca is the foundational product for cocaine. So what did they do? They bettered the flora industry. It's actually sponsored by the US. And guess what? Today, Colombia is the largest producer, exporter of flowers. They earn about $2.5 billion annually. Bogota International Airport, the airport within the country, is now the regional hub, thanks to about 200,000 tons of flowers and cargo, and over 203,000 people are employed in the floral industry. So it's about creating a parallel industry. Another thing we can look at is blue economy. Blue economy. When I was in Nigeria, I had the privilege to give a presentation in the presidential villa for blue economy. And these guys were arguing. But South Africa is doing the same thing. And guess what? They coined it Operation Fakisa in Swahili, which means hurry up. Australia and other countries are making about $60 billion annually from blue economy. So blue economy can absorb these people. Philippines in 2018 made about $6.5 billion from seafarers as their remittance back to their country. The whole Niger Delta, the Jaws. If you go to, I've consulted for the Ship Owners Association of Nigeria, developed their 2016 working strategy. Most of the captains for those vessels within the Niger Delta are manned by Jaw people. Those people are people we can develop into seafaring and export them. And I don't know why Nigeria is the only oil and gas producing country that does not have a shipping line. If we were shipping and exporting our own crude oil with our vessels, we'll make an average of about $2.5 billion annually. So it's a multiplicity of exigency, which we must have an integrated and holistic outlook to resolve this. So I pray the next government put all of this into place. A parallel economy, looks at blue economy, does advocacy for critical national infrastructure, supports blue economy, and we bet a shipping line. And like you said, Kalu, modular refineries. A 4,000 barrel per day modular refinery will cost $100 million. Do your mathematics. Thank you.
And what is blue economy? Please talk. I'm not sure I got that. Is it blue, BLUE?
Yes, called an ocean economy. It's by 2030. It's estimated that it will be about $3 trillion worth. It's one of the largest employers of labor. You talk of tourism in Dubai. Just the Dubai duty free. Their revenues for last year was 1 billion. And ocean tourism, it's about 20-30% of all tourism. Life naturally gravitates towards water. Everybody wants to be by Mykonos. Everybody wants to be by the beach, white beach, black beach. Then you talk of biotechnology. So blue economy cuts across biotechnology, cuts about shipping. About 80% of all trade goes on water. About 50% of the oxygen we breathe comes from water. You talk of hydrocarbons. About 4,000 producing fields in the ocean. So blue economy is the future. Blue economy, it's what we must do to optimize them. You could talk of aquaculture. About 50 or 60% of all fish food come from the ocean. So that's big, employing about, let's say, 100 million people. So blue economy cuts across those sectors: oil and gas, shipping,
And
tourism,
Sorry, Kanu.
biotechnology.
also Colombia, Anna.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, Colombia. Just explain that again.
So there are
Colombia.
different kinds of economy. There's parallel economy. There's shadow economy. There's a dark economy, which you call black market for forex. So I'll just talk about parallel economy. Parallel economy, it's how I'll use Lagos, a simple analogy. Now there are Agberos on the street. Tinubu becomes governor. What does he do? He creates LASMA. These people are already exposed to money. Don't think you will go stop the militants or the kidnappers and say, oh, stop kidnapping. Oh, stop militancy. Oh, stop banditry. Nobody will stop it. This guy is like a lion which has tested human blood. They're already used to big money. So the moment you let them off the hook, say, oh, you're free, go into the society, they will go back and commit crime. So what do you do? What did the US do? The US studied the cocaine industry and saw that the foundation of it was coca, which is a plant. And because they were the fallback, they're the ones feeling the pinch for drugs. What did they do? They created a new industry. So you create a new industry. And what industry did they create? They created the flora industry. Now, why was that important? There's volume dollar crop, which is rice, maize, Nigeria is doing, and there's value dollar crop. So flowers, which is flora, is a value dollar crop. Now, what did they do? When they created that industry, those who were into cocaine before will no longer hear Colombia for cocaine. All of them now tilted away into flora. Now, that industry employs 203,000 people in Colombia. They earn about $2.5 billion annually. The Bogota International Airport is now the hub due to the traffic of cargo going. So it has a positive multiplier effect. Not only one, did it kill the cocaine industry and he absorbed the criminals who were already used to big money. 2, he employed people, 200,000. 3, the aviation sector. So it gets a ripple effect. It becomes a brand for the country. So we no longer know Colombia for cocaine. We now know Colombia for flora. So it's a positive multiplier effect. Is what you call a parallel economy. There are different kinds of economy. There's shadow, there's black, there are many others. But a parallel economy helped. Niger Delta did a parallel economy. What did they do? They absorbed them. These militants, kidnappers, they were already used to money. Do you leave them out and say, I give you amnesty? No. They absorbed them. They trained some of them in seafaring. Tom Polo is a contractor today. Boylof is in Abuja. He just graduated from Base University. Egberi Papa, Farah Dagogo went to school. So you don't just say, oh, these people are criminals. No. You absorb them. You create an economy. You push them in. So what can you do for the Niger Delta? Nigeria is the oil and gas country that does not have a shipping line. And if we exported our crude ourselves at 2.5 million barrels per day, we'll make averagely of $2.5 billion annually. What can you also do for these people? Because Philippines in 2018, which produces the largest number of seafarers alone, remittance to Philippines was $6 billion. All the jaws, all the vessels in Nigeria that you know, 98% are manned by Ijaw people and they understand the topography. So if we develop those areas, we can definitely export these people. They can go with the shipping line that we create and you can push that. That's part of blue economy. And if you build blue economy as a solution to a parallel industry like bunkering and pipeline vandalization, I guarantee you it will be a thing of the past because there's more money to be made in blue economy than in crime. Thank you.
Interesting. Thank you so much, Anna. Thank you so much. Dice, you wanted to add something real quick?
Yeah, real quick, right? And thank you for that. That was really enlightening. What I wanted to ask is, how do we get there? Because the issue at the moment is we cannot protect the simpleness of all being lost. How do we get to a position where our government is thinking of blue economy, of building parallel economies? How do we get there?
I was born in Warri, so I'm from the Niger Delta. So I understand firsthand. We understand the players. We know what's happening. We know how there was a cover of marginalization. We know during Jonathan how it came to peak. Even his then chief of Jonathan CSO, who is now late. When he was arrested after Jonathan left government, he was accused for oil bunkering. So oil bunkering is kind of official. But I'm saying, why do people steal? And those that have stolen, what do you do? Obi is coming into power now. What did Obi tell you? Obi is telling you will not fight corruption. Why? It's a waste of time. You don't even have the funds to pursue those cases to logical conclusion. So what do you do? How do you get there? First, we have critical national infrastructure. What do? There's an advocacy part of it. Nigeria only has pipeline network of, I would say, 6,000 kilometers. Russia has 54. I can keep counting. Only the Gawa field in Saudi Arabia, look at Texas, 5 million barrels per day. So there's first an advocacy part of you where you must put a sense of ownership back to the people. That's infrastructure. Then two, once you have done that, then you can now create a parallel industry. It worked for the militants. Look at the militants today. All the names are called. I can call more names. Tomateke is a king in River State. You don't want these people to be in the shadows. You want to pull them out. Tompolo just got a contract to see those pipelines for 4 billion for a year. Now, when he was managing it, none of those pipelines had issues. So that is like a parallel economy. You're creating a security parallel economy for them because it is cheaper on the long run. Don't forget, I said, using fled gas, for example, the quantity of gas that's been fled. One single gallon of gasoline pollutes 730,000 gallons of water. So you must see it not from a cost perspective, first from an environmental perspective, then you begin to work it back. First, sense of ownership, you recalibrate the minds of the people. This belongs to you. Do whatever you like to do with it. Two, you now inculcate them into you develop a parallel economy, inculcate them into, and you plug them into the different facets of it. Those that will go into seafaring will go. Those that will go into ownership of vessels will go. Those that will go into blue economy like fishing. Fishing is a big industry. I see no reason why the whole Niger Delta is not a tourism hub. So there's a big potential for blue economy, and it's going to be graduational. Then lastly, Kalu talked of the modular refinery. As I speak to you, I've worked on modular refineries. I have a documentation for a 4,000 hydroskimming modular refinery for the Niger Delta, and that will cost $100 million. So by the time you spread this in different forums, and this begins to absorb these people in percentile, I guarantee you, nobody will risk their lives to go be doing coal fire that is dangerous to the environment and to their lives and sustainability. Instead, they will buy straight into the modular refineries, and it won't cost anything, just $100 million. They actually have this money. All the government needs to do is help aggregate them into teams. And if they have, like, instead of having coal fire in 20 places, you put 4 modular refineries to cover that area. That is $400 million. These guys have that money. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I think thank you again so much. I mean, you've given us the problems and the solutions, but one word you said I really struck with me: make the people owners, make them owners. Once people see that they own that oil, they stop breaking it, right? I mean, we've come from mend and we had peace. Now we've gone back to stealing because people do not really, there's something going on in the communication or how money is being spent that somehow people believe that they have to take the money now and not wait for any government to come down the road. Thank you again, Enna. Tosin, hi, hop real quick in here.
Thank you so much, Kalu, for giving me your platform. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, wonderful contribution there from Mr. Enad. I just want to chime in on 2 things here on the concept of custody transfer operation, which I'm not sure if someone has done justice to that, and refining and modular refining. Usually the first part, the concept of custody transfer operation, basically that just simply explains hydrocarbon changing ownership and titles from one party to another. So if anybody is coming into Nigeria to come and pick, I don't know, 100,000 barrels, 1 million barrels, 3 million barrels of crude oil, there's a selling party, there's a buying party, and there is the regulator at the middle. Of course, your guess is as good as mine. The regulator will be DPR. I don't know the name they call them right now because I think they've changed names and all of that. At the end of that operation, so there's going to be nomination. There's going to be, there are other stakeholders as well. So we are talking Navy, you're talking IMASA, everybody. It's a collective thing. So for a single barrel to leave the Nigerian waters, all these stakeholders, all these participants, they are present. And everybody is always informed. Everybody is aware of the time they are probably going to load, at which terminal they are going to load, when they are going to load, if their agents should be on board, and all of those things. At the end of each custody transfer operation, between the buying party, the selling party, the regulators, there are a lot of documentations that exchange hands. But 3 are quite principal with respect to the little experience I had in that area. There will always be exchange of what you call certificate of origin. There is exchange of what you call certificate of quality. And there is exchange of what you call certificate of quantity. I will deal with the certificate of quantity later because it's probably the most important document. For the origin, by the time that vessel leaves Nigeria and maybe at some point interface with Navy or even outside of the Nigerian waters, the first thing they're going to ask that vessel is where you picked hydrocarbon from where, and then he or she, the captain tenders the origin. Oh, this is the origin of the hydrocarbon that I have on board. The certificate of quality basically is to like, oh, this is the API of this crude I've picked. So whether it's a light crude, extra light crude, heavy, medium, and the rest of them. And then what's BS and W fraction, which is the percentage of base sediments and water in that crude. Just the quality, how valuable, how of quality is it, how spec is it on spec, and the rest of them. Now, the third one is the certificate of quantity. That certificate of quantity, remember, at every custody transfer operations, these three documents are printed, are signed by the representative of the buying party, the selling party, the regulators at every point. The certificate of quantity is signed by everybody involved in that operation. They at some point before the operation, they've nominated their agents, their employees, and all of that. Now, that certificate of quantity is issued by the regulator. The certificate of quantity for every vessel that picks up Nigerian crude, whether it's whatever crude oil, escravos, focados, and anyone you pick, it's issued and is the only document, as far as I can remember, that has the Nigerian coat of arms on it. And at the top of that document, you see something like the Federal Republic of Nigeria. It's the only documentation that has that, which tells you that it's binding, that Mr. Kalu went to maybe Mr. Enan to pick 100 barrels of crude oil. And that documentation will say, yes, 100 barrels of crude oil was actually given to the vessel that Mr. Enan brought to the terminal that Mr. Kalu has, or where he's going to load and all of that. That documentation is binding on everybody. Payments are going to be tied to that and a lot of things. If there are quality disputes or issues down the line, that document is binding. So,
Tosi, take it home.
Oh, okay. So for a vessel to come on Nigerian waters, don't forget I said there are hydrocarbon partners, which are the hydrocarbon stakeholders, and then there are other stakeholders like NIMASA, Navy, security agencies that also come into play. But then the exchange of titles and ownership basically is done with the hydrocarbon stakeholders, which I've explained. And at the end, those three things, especially the one that has the coat of it's the only documentation that has the coat of. So it's very, very, it's heavy, you know, that's Nigeria on your hand, like Nigerian crude oil has been given to Mr. Henan's vessel or the captain or wherever. And then the captain sails to wherever destination Mr. Henan has agreed with the captain, and, you know, the rest, they make payments and all of that. So any vessel, so when you say there's crude oil theft or a vessel is missing or something is hanging, there's absolutely no way just one person will just go into a loading terminal, line up the valves, open up the tank, close at the end of that operation, take sample to run for the certificate of quality, fills those documentation, and he's just going to do it himself. There's absolutely no way. And then at the end, for every vessel that comes in, Navy, security agencies, wherever they are, I don't know the names they're giving to them now, they are also aware because they tend to monitor those vessels. Oh, this vessel is at, I don't know, offshore Lagos, or it's going to, I don't know, maybe Warri Jetty or Port Harcourt Jetty, and all of that to peak wherever it's going on Nigerian waters to peak. So it's absolutely unbelievable to think that a vessel is missing with about 700,000 barrels. Someone signed the certificate of quantity of that vessel. I'm absolutely certain of that.
Yeah, just to be clear, right, Tosi, yeah. There's no 700,000 barrel missing. What's happening is that if you look at the production from 2020, right, and today, the difference is give or take about that 5 to 7 to 8,000 barrels. So cumulatively, there's been a fall in output, and that output was being produced before, but it's no longer being produced today, which is means.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So what I'm saying is, except there is a coming together of a couple of people to swindle the process, to take away that process from the official side of the official route it should go to, I don't know where it eventually goes, and then Nigeria doesn't see the benefit of a couple of VLCCs picking crude oil and going outside. It's really unfortunate. It's really unfortunate, and I believe if we are serious, we can actually dig deep and trace. Because, like I said, for every barrel that leaves that the shores of that country, I know there is a documentation for that barrel.
Gotcha.
Except we don't want to be truthful to ourselves, or
Which
we just want to be playing games.
It's more like an organized thing where people don't have the document, but they are cleared from the very, very top to the middle to the bottom to export, steal, and trade in this stolen assets. That's what's going on. It's more like an organized, mafia.
I would, Mr. Kalu, I would believe, is it a case of an operation happens, no documentation at all, and then they allow it go? No.
If it's not, so what is happening? Are you saying there are documentations?
There will be.
Why
because
would
it's not just.
Why would I have a document if I'm going to steal?
Or maybe they've kept the document away from everybody, possibly.
Okay,
there will be documentation at some point. Because at the end, I
want to get someone else.
Okay.
But let me get modern day philosopher to come in. Modern day philosopher, go ahead, sir. Hello, can you hear me? Modern day philosopher. Okay, let me get. I got Francis here. Francis, go ahead.
All right. Good evening, Kalu and team. A whole lot has been said. I would stand on the existing protocols. I think I wanted to start from the last question you asked, which is, I think you were trying to pull a question whereby how would you have a document that is have official gazette and all that, and you say you want to steal that, like, is it for real that there'll be a document showing some authentication of government agencies and all that, and then it's end up in fraud, for instance? I think the answer is yes. I didn't want to start from there, but let me start from some sort of experience.
It's very important.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but experience.
Well, I didn't quite get what you said. Is my audio breaking or what?
Yeah, it's a lot of
somewhat intermittent. Okay, let me try to be a little bit close to the mic. I said your question was, is it possible to have a document possible with government official gazette and yet it end up in fraud, like bad deal? Yes. When I served in gas, there was a project we were supposed to handle in Okada, which is because it's on pipeline protection of value chain, where we are supposed to clean up the electrical component that powers that's what we call it, metering station, okay, that controls the sensors whenever there is an attempt to, to bust the pipe. If they are digging to get to the pipe, at some meters, the electronic systems will trigger an alert to the people monitoring at Warrior or Ugeli, as case may be, that something is going on. The idea is for police, the company, to call the police and then close up the valve of this flowing equipment, and then get police to cycle within the area to be able to catch the boys. But guess what? Such incidents I went and supervised did not actually happen. They didn't blow anything. But that was 2005, over 1.6 million. Sorry, that was a 24 million preparation to handle that. But the company that was used, which you now call the one you call it a fake company, the woman ended up getting like 600K as at that time. She ended up giving the rest of the money to one of the stakeholders. There are 5 bosses of different departments, EDS, EDO, and operations and all that. So one of them took that money. Okay. parallel was involved in the memo drafting and all that. So what I'm trying to tell you, they come up with these fake companies that are registered. I don't know. Yeah, as at that time, I didn't know if they are registered under CAC and all that, but they have complementary card. At the end of the day, we'll do bidding and select one company to go do this job. They will be the one that will come and tender this document you are talking about and get the money off the system, and then through their own bank system, route it back to the necessary parties that will need this money within the system. So that's one arm of
Francis,
action that goes on. Yes.
I hear you. Let's move on, yeah? Okay, Francis, very, very quick.
Oh, I'm struggling to hear you anyway.
Okay, let me get modern philosopher. I see your hand up. If you can speak, go ahead and speak, sir.
Yes, thank you very much, sir. Let me go straight to the topic, oil theft and its effect on your personal network. Apologies if my speech may step on some toes, but I just have to. Now, first of all, crude oil theft. Mao Zedong once said, and I quote, "Oil is oil." Does it matter where the oil comes from, how the oil comes, and where we get the oil from, and how we distribute it? When we talk about crude oil theft, let me start from oil bunkering, for example. Now, why can't the government set up a system whereby the people that are doing oil bunkering can at least get some trailer loads, some trucks, and some better equipment that will be friendly to the environment, and start supplying this oil? If someone has a process whereby he's going to turn raw oil to fuel, kerosene, and other components, why can't he be given a chance? Why must we be thinking of closing and destroying all these people that are doing oil bunkering in the south? Let me take for example, there is this particular place in River State, Port Harcourt, called town area whereby they do oil bunkering. If you go there, you see a lot of people refining this crude locally. Yes, I understand it's illegal, but why can't the government improve on such enterprise? Must we just start to import the import the fuel from Europe every time? How are we going to sell our oil and import the fuel back? It makes no sense to me. I know that yes, we may talk about the health hazard, but that's where the government come in. The government is meant to create an atmosphere whereby such things can be done in a way that it is going to be rewarding to the
Let me
society.
are you
Not
just to be clear? Are you arguing? You're arguing for the illegal guys, the bunkers? Is that what you're asking for?
Yes, also that is part of my summation, but I'm saying that it should be redefined, and there should be some renovations, and a semi-refinery can be set up, because right now in the south and the southeast there is no working refinery anywhere. I don't know what people may say on the media or on TV or the current government, but there's no working refinery everywhere. So if somebody has a method and a process whereby he can get the oil and other crude implements, why can't we give that person a chance? I read some article some years ago talking about how the fuel gotten from the oil bunkering is better than the one gotten from Europe. I started by saying that oil is oil, so it doesn't matter where we get the oil from, so long as the oil can be used to get the fuel that we can put in our cars and we can use to power all of our engines, then there's no cause for alarm. Now, when we talk about crude oil theft, we should not be ignorant of the fact that most people are not innocent as we think, from the security forces to the government, the executive, the legislature, even the judiciary. They are all guilty in this. It has been reported by Tony Elumelu, Pastor Adeboye, even now Paul Enuche coming out to say that 80% of the Nigerians crude oil is being stolen. Who is stealing it? Till today, there has been no accountability. There has been no report on that. Nobody have debunked that claim if it is false. So those are the things that nobody is sweeping under the rug, which I tend to disagree. Because why would 80% of a country's income be stolen and everybody will just keep quiet like there's nothing wrong with it? For a nation to succeed, it must start from political will. Without political will, no nation will succeed. It is not me that will cause the change. It is the government that will start the change, and I can run with it. That has always been my belief since.
I'm trying. So if you were let's assume you were a legal bunkerer, what do you need that would make you do your job without pollution? What do you think you need?
Okay. Thank you very much. I live in the south, so I can answer this question practically. First of all, you will need better equipment. If you go to where they are doing bunkering, we see local tools, local barrels, local supply chains, half dead and half cooked on unnecessary equipment. What they need first are good trucks, good trailers. There's something that they pass the oil through. I don't know the name. It's like it's somehow looking like a plate, a metal plate. They will need a good one and some and some better factory equipment, because instead of doing it in the bush, they can give them a factory. But yeah, we see somebody in the bush. Is it in the bush? No, they need a better factory with
Uh,
constant electricity and all that equipment, which is not present inside the bush.
so, like,
Then they
let me ask you, the local government, are they like 10 people bunkering, 100 people, 2 people? How does it work?
okay, they work in cells actually, and each cell has between 2 to 5 persons. People are performing the different roles and different functions.
But they work,
Everybody have their is there's a division of labor, so
okay.
everybody have their own function, from the breaking or the busting of the pipeline to its selling of it in the black market. There are different functions, so it's 2 to 5 people person that are handling the processes and division of the labor.
So, but it's all in one location, right? So it's like they're in one place, but doing different things in that one place.
Yes. One place, a very big land inside the bush. That's how they work.
Do you think that the materials to make this oil safer, can they be configured in Nigeria? I mean, this is something you can go and buy locally, like, or fabricate
Of
locally. Yeah.
like I said, political will can make these things possible without any stress. If the government is serious about it, then it can happen. We don't need to fetch from any raw material from the from the Europe, whereby we are buying the fuel from. Somebody can remain in his house, and everything can be
But
gotten from our local market. It's not some is
how
this
much?
thing we talk.
How
He
much?
said.
How much do they make, like, a month or a week? Do you know? Do you have that figure? How much maybe grow?
Honestly, I can't tell, but some bankers be saying that they see 1 to 5 million, as the case may be, but I can't verify because I've not gone to ask anybody
Is
that kind of question.
that a day or a week or a month?
On a monthly basis.
5 million naira.
Yes, 1 to 5 million. Yes, definitely. It is a
That
big business.
that's not really a lot of money per se compared to the
That
potential
that's
profit.
what I'm saying. There is a lot of wastage in the process because of they don't have good and qualified people and equipment. If they are more qualified persons and better equipment, then the income can grow.
So if we give you guys 10 million naira and the equipment, will that be enough? Will more people come and say they want their own, or can we give it to one group of maybe the youth association can have their own modular refinery? Will that work, or you have to do many? What do you think?
Okay, okay. What I will say on this matter is that the people that are in the bunkering business, the government should go to them and in their sales and negotiate with them on how much they will need, and the equipment that they will need. It is not to come and ask people that are not in the business. I don't think an outsider can understand the rigorous process that takes place in getting the crude to
Mm,
fuel. It is a very dangerous kind of game. So it's those that have their skin in the game that will be able to get a better answer, and not me. I can't say that the government should give a group of persons. I feel that those that have their skin in the game have a better idea on how these things work.
excellent. I mean, it's just illuminating to hear you talk, just to give us an insight into that. So I appreciate you taking the time. We don't know about it. We're just talking in terms of the macro side, but you are more of the inner caucus gist. So
Okay, no, it is practical. I've lived in Bielsa for 4 to 5 years, and people talk about these things openly, but I don't know why in the national scene and outside people talk about it like it is a taboo. So we should be openly speak about it,
okay,
because the
for you, last question for: are you aware that in the Petroleum Industry Act that has been passed, there's something called Host Community Fund, and that if you break the pipelines in your host community, the money to fix that pipeline will come from the debit that is supposed to go to the host community fund. Have you heard of this? Do you think people that break the pipes are aware of this law? What do you think?
Okay, concerning that law, it is let me take a quote from Yogi Berra to answer this question. In theory, practical and theory is the same, but in practical, the reverse is the case. It is very easy to say anybody that breaks the pipeline, the host community will pay. But how is the enforcement? How are security agents dealing with it? Just yesterday, we saw in on Arise News, whereby various groups are agitating to control the pipeline from Nembe to Andoni. So it is not really easy to know the person that will go and break the pipeline, because there are a lot of surveyors. There is the Navy, there is the Army. So yes, in theory, yeah, definitely the people can be said to pay from their own share of the fund. But in practice, it's hard to know who actually is breaking the pipeline, because this pipeline is running through villages and isolated areas.
They're saying it's geographical. So if you break the pipeline in this geographical area, then that area will lose their money that's supposed to be paid to them for the host community. That's what they're saying.
Oh,
So,
oh, it is very in practice, like I said, it is very hard for us to decide who will break the pipeline and who will not break the pipeline. Yesterday, what was one of the complaints concerning the surveying business? They said that Mr. Tompolo lives in Delta State, but he's coming to guide a pipeline that is running from River State to Bayelsa State. That how can he do such? Now, if something happens to the pipeline, now who are we going to hold responsible? Is it the Army, the Navy, Mr. Tompolo, or the Creek men? Those are the issues.
So they are saying that they should give the pipeline to the guys from, say, Bayelsa, not just to a guy in Delta, Tompolo.
Government. If I had my way, that is the work of the police and the Navy, not even we the locals. We the locals are meant to be benefiting from the oil. We are meant to be going to school. We are meant to be having hospitals. We are meant to be having school libraries. We are meant to be having community centers and all that. Not to be dragging and fighting for pipelines like we are 7th century barbaric people. We are not people of violence.
I hear you. I mean, again, I hear you.
Me when, sorry that I'm emotional, but it saddens me when they think that we Ijaw people are just only known for bunkery, militancy, and kidnapping, like we are not educated. My senior brother here, Enna, is from Delta State, and we heard when he spoke with great intellect.
Yeah, I hear you. Well said. I hear you. Well said. I'm just getting information from you. So well said. Thank you so much, Modern. I appreciate you just giving that insight. J4, go for it.
So please, before I go, let me make my final conclusion. And
Could
now,
you be very
yes, just 1 minute, sir. Now, in conclusion, before the advent of oil in the Niger Delta, there were other businesses that were going on here. If we look at the King Jaja of Opopo, he made money via palm oil. We are fishermen. We are farmers. But I want to please call out some companies like Shell, for example, that will fight for climate change in the UK. Then they will come to Ogoni, and climate change will be thrown into the gutter. If these companies don't want to make our society suitable for us to engage in other businesses like farming and fishing, then they should pack their bags and get out of here. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you. Okay, J4, go for it. That was
Hello, good evening. That was very interesting to listen to.
I want to
Kalu, I'd like to thank you, honestly. I'm excited at the depth of knowledge, depth of expertise that has been displayed here tonight. You understand? My primary forte is shipping, and by virtue of that, I've been in shipping for over 25 years. I own tankers, and I understand every single thing that everybody here has said. At every point in time, I try to keep tabs with every vessel that is in West Africa, from Senegal down to Equatorial Guinea, and I know what they are all doing at the same time. Enna, Sempafy, what's his name? The chap that spoke last before him, they elucidated a lot of what is the problems and the solutions to the industry in Nigeria. But the truth of the matter is that knowing what I know, there is absolutely nothing anybody or all of us here can do with regards to fixing it if at the helms of affairs in Nigeria, fidelity does not assume office. I say this because I know this. the speaker before last said something about the entire processes, protocols that need to be adopted before crude oil leaves Nigeria. I am aware that less than maybe 10 to 15% of the losses come from the pipeline breaches. I can tell you that for free. The vessels that lift the cooked Medio when they finally, I know all about it. We all involved in all of that. So I see it happen. And I am aware a lot of the cargoes that come to be loaded in Nigeria, most of the losses come from the majors. You see a 3 million barrel vessel come to Nigeria to load, it's time to load 2 million barrels. By the time she finishes loading, you have 2.6 million barrels on board. Documentation is saying 2 million barrels. Everybody, DPR, every single person signs off on 2 million barrels, and the vessel is carrying 2.6 million barrels. Then she sails from Lagos, gets to Cotonou, wherever else, and you do a transshipment, and the ultimate cargo goes to go and deliver. 600,000 barrels that were loaded. Where from? For who?
Let me be very, very clear. So you are saying that what is going on is that the ship will come legally into Nigeria.
Correct.
Without paper to load, but will overload. Then
correct.
Halfway will transship that excess out. Then it is
Correct.
then, of course, and then it takes its reload to. Okay.
Correct.
Interesting.
And these things are not possible without the active collusion of everybody. You made a tweet some days ago when you talked about bombing the the local refineries, and I responded to say it will achieve nothing. You know, somebody about the blue economy and how that can be applied. I'm sorry to bring politics in all of this. I have always been politically apathetic until this current government came into play. This is a public space, but just to drive home my point, I saw my business go from doing tens of billions in turnover to literally, you understand, struggling. There was some other person that tried to sectionalize it by saying that a certain section, I don't want to go into all of that, but all that has to play. And that has to do with the fidelity of the person that is at the helm of affairs in the country. These things cannot work or cannot be solved without somebody of sterling character assuming office. We will keep swimming in the dark. Everybody is involved in this. Everybody. From the surveyors to the Navy to just name it. Everybody. Everybody. DPR. Everybody. They all know what's going on.
So, I mean, it's clear everyone is involved, but okay, can we if I became president tomorrow, can I wipe everybody out and employ new people? Is it technology?
You see, because there's technology to monitor what goes across every single valve in Nigeria. If, for example, a particular wellhead is internet-based, it has internet, you have internet access. If 1 million barrels of crude oil goes across a certain manifold, and it can be recorded, and it is being registered at the office of the NSA, the Chief of Naval Staff, the Inspector General of Police, the Presidency, the NSA, they all see it. So that is why I say it is impossible for this thing to stop until that is done.
So please give me direct answer. So you're saying that if I pump 1 million barrels, the NSA, the Navy, all those guys see what's passing?
Every single one of them, unless what's the English word now? Unless they removed it yesterday. I don't know whether you understand.
So
everybody fits of the system.
The example you gave earlier of this ship coming in to load 2.6 million or so.
Yes.
They see that it loaded 2.6 is recorded.
My point, exactly.
This is a big problem.
It is massive. You see, when I started, getting involved with, who becomes president and all of that. That was the primary reason driving it. Because we might, I don't want to use the fact that maybe I benefit from a dysfunctional system. I am not configured to work like that. I want a system where, value comes, you put in value, you're certain that value will come out. I don't want a system where I will prosper, I will thrive because I am circumventing a system. It is too deep.
This is way too deep. Indictments on the president. President Muhammadu Buhari is the.
I am guaranteeing you is that the president of Nigeria wants to stop 80% of the oil losses in Nigeria, all he needs to do is step up.
Is to do what?
Is to step up. Step up to the plate. Be responsible. Take action. Someone said it that people don't, there's no punishment for crime. Do you understand? So you're encouraging. We all remember when this regime came into place, all of a sudden there was power everywhere. They said it was his body language. Yeah. Everybody assumed that everything was, the same tough stance was going to be what was going to prevail.
Jay, what happened to you?
Instantly. Everybody went back to status quo. And they even got worse. Do you understand? The point is,
Sempa, did you hear have you heard what J4 has been saying?
Yes, I have. And just to buttress his point, you have to recall that Mr. President is the Commander-in-Chief and also Minister of Petroleum. And so he cannot absolve himself of ultimate responsibility.
Wow.
He can't. So at the very baseline, there's so much power derivable from his desk.
Yeah.
Nothing stops him from changing the chief of naval staff every week if he has to. But you see, we kill a lot of things on the altar of political expediency. I believe that the guy has been captured. I believe there are people around him who decide what happens. And you see, most of this illegality that get perpetrated at this level, that is threatening things as basic as being able to put food on the table, is his ultimate responsibility. Stealing of crude, vessels coming into Nigeria. See, in my past life, I oversaw the berthing and discharge of over 500 vessels into Nigeria, MRs, LRs, and much larger vessels. And I can tell you, if you want to know where your vessel is anywhere in the world, you can find it on your phone. I have an app on my phone. It's called Marine Trade. Marine traffic will tell you the vessel name. The one thing that is fantastic about tracking vessels is you can have vessels, 100 vessels with the same name, but they can never have the same IMO number. And so when people say, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, go ahead, Simplify. Okay, so can I add something else? The speaker before me, maybe he can give confirmation to this, that even, Kalu, you said, why shouldn't the Navy, Air Force, everybody go to fighters go bomb these guys? I don't have it on 100% authority, but I also heard that the ones that you see that get bombed are those that have reached their peak of production and nothing is happening there anymore. So they go drop a bomb there to show you that they're working. Do you understand?
Oh, wow.
At night, it's very easy. The place is bush. At night, you can tell where fire is burning. You don't need any other thing to tell you that. So how come the sheer number, the sheer volume of these refineries exist everywhere? It's feeding the system. That is why I say until Fidelity comes into office, we're groping in the dark. Thank you, guys. I yield.
If you're going to come from Outer Bani into the Rivers or Bayelsa coast, you make several stops along the way. You need a pilot to bring you in. So all this prevarication from the government about what they can do and what they cannot do. See, you cannot blame the NNPC, because the NNPC needs to actually be able to operate within a secure environment.
Yeah.
And they don't control security.
I got you.
So the NNPC is as lame as a Seplat or any other company that is in that axis.
All right.
The military.
I think we're here about we spent nearly 3 hours. Let me sort of clear the deck and allow everyone that's requested to speak. Yeah. So I'm just going to take you off, and everyone can speak a minute or two, guys. I'm just going to add you real quick. So if I add you that, so I have Usman, go ahead. I have Usman Ayodeji, Real Guru, Engineer Bamki, small b, and yeah, that's it. So no more new requests. Just do 1 minute round so everyone can speak. Usman, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, very brilliant conversation. Yeah, I just wanted to respond to, the illegal refiners, the bunkering. Look, majority of theft, crude oil theft in Nigeria cannot be, by, those illegal bunkers. They simply don't have the capacity to refine the kind of crude we're talking about, to take care of it. And then also on the aspect of legalizing them, look, refining is not an easy job. Anywhere you go, margins are very, very small. It's capital intensive, very skill intensive. The margins are very, very small. Only big companies and associated companies do this. You go to UK, it's the Tesco's that own the filling stations, right? And the integrated companies like the Shell, who have the entire value chain integrated, right? You don't find thousands and thousands of filling stations like you find in Nigeria. It's because there's free money to, subsidy and all that. That's why you find these kind of people. So it's very, very difficult industry to get into. In my view, we're given modular licenses. There is a reason why they didn't pop up. So that aspect will not work. On the refining, the big elephant in the room in terms of crude oil theft and stuff. Look, again, in Nigeria, we always miss the boat. If you want to stop any criminality, follow the money. This is what everybody does, right? If there's something that is hurting, it's just follow the money, right? Who are the big spenders?
Okay.
Who is living a
Can
different
I
lifestyle?
say something?
Not done yet.
Let me quickly finish, right?
Okay.
So you look at the military. All you need to do is to go to bury the changes, right? And ask them who are their biggest customers. It's military guys and government guys. Those are the two biggest customers. So really, if we want to stop this, we can. And I believe J4 who said the president has the pen. And I'll give you an example. Everybody remembers 2015 when Buhari got into power, right? When Buhari got into power, the first 2 months, there was literally a pause in Nigeria, including, right, in the smallest offices that you can imagine, in a small agency. People started going to work early, right? There has never been anybody, as far as I'm concerned, in my lifetime that threw away political capital like Buhari. Everything paused. All the thieves stopped. Everything paused, waiting for what will this man do? And he threw it away. That's my biggest disappointment. Nobody ever had that kind of political will. If this man wanted to change Nigeria's name to something else, probably people would have agreed. But he did nothing. So this is the power of a president, I believe. If you come with so much political capital and political will, you can change anything. That's the reality. Nigeria's presidents are very powerful, right? You are following the presidential system with added power. Forget American president. American president is not very powerful when compared to the Nigerian president contextually. So I truly believe if he wants to stop this, he can stop this with the strike of his pen. Really, it's that powerful. Wow. So thank you. That's my contribution.
Thank you so much, Usman. I do appreciate that contribution, and you said a lot. Let me get Ayodeji in here.
Yeah, I joined late. I want to appreciate everyone. This program is very, very, very mind-blowing. I really learned a lot of things from everyone here. To start with, first of all, I believe that our problem is systemic. It's a systemic problem that can be cycled back, rolled back. So let's talk about solutions. If we talk about solutions, I don't think, the president has a lot of things to do about it, but in a way, all hands have to be on deck, starting from this election period. There is one area I realize that we really lack strength in. It is in the synergy of education, real-time education. It's really, really lacking. If we can actually focus more on education. A lot of things will change. I don't mean classroom education. I mean societal-based education. That means that the CSOs, the NGOs have to come into play in one way or the other to really, really enlighten people about things in one way or the other. Concerning the illegal bunkering, it still comes back to education. Since they have the funds, I heard someone saying that if like $100 million can be raised, some things can be sorted out, it still comes back to education. By the time the education is falling in, a lot of things will start changing. That's what I think we really need to do to start with, because the president himself may not be able to do so much.
and the people that are seeing the problem, who are actually affected, can actually solve it in a way if there's someone that can give them reorientation. That's what I actually feel. I believe that this particular meeting has a lot to do in pioneering that in one way or the other. But all hands have to be on deck. It can't just be that the president will be the one that will be running after it, because a lot of saboteurs are already in the system that want to earn from the other thing. But I believe education still comes back to it in a way, and we can actually make success in changing a lot of things if education is focused on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Adeji. That was cool. A real guru. That's Chinedu. Chinedu, hi, go for it.
Yeah, thank you, Carlo. What I want to say is that in Nigeria, we try to make things difficult. Most of these things we see are systematic. We don't want to break things down to a manageable level. And also, when you give people sense of belonging, they protect what they have, the government facilities. I worked with the government in a state government where I stay, and I worked with a team that the job was to monitor government projects, road construction. What we do is we divide the group into teams. We visit those project sites. Before they start a new project, they will tell us who come and monitor what they're doing. But we are not going to be there forever. And most times, some of these contractors will start bribing the team members. We end up issuing a fake report at the end of the day. But now, something happened along the line where they were supposed to use mesh to construct the gutter. They didn't do it. But the governor somehow gave out his contact. And a member of the community on his way back from work realized that these people were casting without mesh. Already in the report from the team, it's already entered that they've done that part, and you just do it. Come today, they will tell you that they will start. You come back next time, they've already done it. You sign it out, they give you your brown envelope, and everybody leaves. When he contacted the governor drove down to that place and saw it himself. Then the governor decided to call members of the community and say, "Oh yeah, start breaking this gutter down." And we realized that over 300 meters were casted without mesh. So what am I saying in that sense? Just like a young man said, is from that area. If we can find a way, I'm already talking about, always talking about modular refineries. These communities, if there are people who can come together and pull resources together, governments can monitor their activities. And when they set up these modular refineries, what are we going to do? They will protect the source of their resources, and these things will end or would reduce it drastically. And again, before you know it, we'll have enough fuel in our market. But we're not doing that. All these things we say that somebody in Abuja will see, somebody in London will see. Is it not human being that will queue it in? It's whatever they queue in that the president will see. It's whatever they tell the president that the president will see. But it's people on ground, those people on ground who are going to see, this is what is happening, this is how to tackle it. It's just like what we're talking about state policing in Nigeria. You get somebody from Bauchi to secure an he doesn't know anywhere. So when we give this job direct to the people, I think we'll get a better result. That's my point. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much, sir. Thanks so much. Engineer, I've got Engineer Wilson. Engineer Wilson, how are you doing, sir? Thanks for waiting so long. I appreciate you waiting.
I'm fine. Good evening, Mr. Kalu.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
I can, yes. Go for it, please.
Okay. Thank you for this platform and the topic, crude oil theft and its effect on personal network. Actually, it's a very powerful topic. I want to be assured that our conversation ends here, because there are so many things my fellow Kasi have revealed. And I want to start with this oil theft. The oil theft starts from the production fields, onshore and offshore. That's where this oil theft starts from. One of this is lack of adequate data. Today, they said Nigeria produced about 1.8 million barrels of crude oil daily. But this is lack of adequate data. We produce more than this. But because of the representatives at the field who connive with the operators of that field, brings down what we produce. This is one. Number two, hello?
I can hear you. Go ahead.
Number two, we are going to the point of sales. At the terminal where this crude oil is sold at to a tanker, a very large crude carrier. These tankers, every tankers are coming to the country to load a crude oil as a nominated quantity. Every tanker that's coming must have a naval clearance. This naval clearance indicates the quantity to be loaded. But just like what J4 here said, said it all. This vessel will be loaded with what the nomination it came with is 1.6 million barrels, but it will be loaded with 2 million barrels. I have a scenario. I am a witness in this case. I have a client from America who came to buy Nigerian crude oil. He bought from two different fields, loaded in one tanker. That is two grades of crude oil, loaded in one tanker. The tanker is segregated. Now, after loading, this vessel got to Togo. He want to transload it to a vessel that came from America so that it will go back to the initial tanker, will go back to the field. At the end of the measurement, we'll find out that the first grade is having excess of 700 barrels, excess of 700 barrels. The second grade, grade B, is having 550 barrels. And I reported this to my client. This is what I found. The guy disagreed that this cannot happen, that he's going to call the regulators. That is government regulators, DPRO, NNPC. And two of them came to meet me. They scheduled a meeting. I received them at the airport, Togo airport. I'm in Nigeria, but they asked me to go there. I received them. We came to a hotel. We met in a conference. I gave them copies of the two different grades to peruse, to ask me any kind of question they will ask. At the end of the day, they said they want to get back to their office. That is Nigeria office. And they told me, this is what I'm going to do. Kindly reduce this quantity. Let it be either +1 barrel or -1 barrel. And I report back to this big man in the United States of America. He said, okay, do it as they said. And I readjust the temperature address. And it comes to -1 or -2. We drank, we shook hands, they took my number, they left. This is one. Where? Excess of 700 and excess of 550. That is about 1,250 barrels. Where is that fund going to? It's going to the regulators, the big men in the office. That is number one. That's number two. This is number three. Hello?
Engineer, go ahead. If you could help us with the time so I can get others to speak, then we can round up.
Okay. Now there is another scenario at Aja Feed. Aja Feed is Lagos Oil. A client who is an investor in that place is not conducive with the daily production they are giving him. And he hired my firm, and I was sent there to go and see what is going on. What I gave him, the guy flew down from US to Nigeria, came to the field. Now what is going on? Because they were, for instance, we are producing, let's say we are producing daily. Our daily production is 1,500 in that field. They were giving him like 850. So this is also how our production in Nigeria, crude oil production, we don't have the exact quantity because of the big men in the office. And you know, in the modular refineries also, I was, by virtue of my knowledge, I was one of the teams that visited these modular refineries in Edo State, in Delta State, and Bayelsa to know what is their challenges. Why are they not producing? They told us directly that NNPC refused to give them crude. That NNPC are bragging that if we give you crude, it means we will not be eating them anymore.
Interesting.
Are you getting me? Now, we make our resolution, we make our recommendation to the government. But I know that these people in the office will cut it off. They won't allow the president to see it. And let me just finish here. You see what is happening in the creek where they are making fire, they want to refine. Yes, I believe those guys can even give us a gasoline that we can use, because the gasoline NNPC is bringing into Nigeria today is 100% blended gasoline. All our gasoline, all our gas oil is blended. These are proposals we have put to go and educate them in that ministry, but they won't allow. There's nothing we can do.
Engineer, more or less, this is like a systematic rot of the entire. That's what I've heard today. I'm in shock today. What all you guys have spoken about in that industry points to a systematic and wholesale corruption of that entire, from regulation, security services to everybody is corrupt in that industry. It's crazy. Engineer, thank you so much. I want to get people in here that have been waiting so we can shut this space.
All right, we can talk more. Bring in much of this topic some other time.
Sure, sir. I will think I'll do a part 2. Thank you so much. Let me get Bamki. Bamki, that's caller Bamki. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Okay, so yeah, I would want to come from the perspective from the with regards to this attempted crude oil theft that happened on the Apple field. I want to talk more in terms of looking from the IOC side of things, which seems to have been something people have not been talking about. Now, I'm in the system and I kind of understand some things from the producer's end, how things work there. I may not know so much about the shipping and all of that. So before any ship can come, any tanker can come to pick oil, there would have been a nomination of the tanker way ahead of that time, possibly weeks, possibly months sometimes. And there's normally like a schedule between whether the vessel is being, let me use the word contracted, or is a customer of the IOC or is a customer of NNPC. So that vessel will have been nominated before it comes. And when the vessel comes to load, it loads it connects its OCs and all of that. The OCs are connected to the SPM, which is the single point mooring, while the SPM is connected to the FPSO. The SPM, where it is connected, where the vessel is loading from, the oil is not stored there. The oil is stored in the FPSO, in the storage part of the FPSO. So the guys on the FPSO, the IOC people, actually need to go and open up to allow oil to flow through the SPM and flow into the tanker, right? So a vessel cannot just come and plug into the tanker and just start stealing oil like that. It doesn't work that way, right? So there needs to be all that alignment. And even before that happens, folks from DPR, government agencies, they come in, they get on the tanker before it starts loading, they verify some things, and there's an alignment between everybody before that loading starts. So my point is that from the IOC side as well, they would also have known, they would all be under some kind of instruction from either the government or something like that. What I'm just trying to say is that if we want to really investigate what happened here, we need to ask from the IOC side to who nominated this vessel? Did it just come in? Were you actually instructed to, or did you get the permission to actually sell to them? Was it the IOC's nomination, or was it coming from NNPC?
I think
who actually did that?
For myself, just being a layman in a technical talk as this space is, I understand that it could have been that this was all planned. They will come in and load, even with paper or without papers, and take off. That's what I've understood from this space I've been on. That it is possible they can come in with or without paperwork.
Yeah. So for them
Can I
to have
quickly?
come
Okay.
in without paper. Sorry, let me quickly round up what I was trying, because I wanted to talk about something else too. For them to have come in without paperwork, well, that would be interesting, because normally it is routine that DPR guys, everybody, they come on board and verify that tanker before it starts loading. So the IOC should not start pumping if all these things are not fulfilled, right? So there's something missing somewhere there. Now
Okay.
we can talk about that. The other thing I wanted to speak to was about the metering and the kind of data that the government sees. Now, I want to disagree a bit with one of the speakers that said that everything that is being produced is being seen by government and all that. I tend to disagree with that, especially for the shallow water fields. I'm talking about offshore basically now. What really happens is that it is what the company reports to the government that we made today. We made this certain amount of oil today. We made this water. We separated this water out. We made this amount of gas. We flared this amount of gas. They push all of that to the government. They send all of that in reports, and that is what is on record. Now, if whether they meter correctly from there is another issue, right? But the government will not be seeing it real time. They don't see it real time. And even when oil is to be loaded out, the customer meters the oil. The oil is metered while it is being pumped out from the IOC, from their FPS or whatever it is. Then the customer also, after they've gotten it, they also check from their side, they measure from their tanks to ensure that what you guys said you've sold to me is correct. And the government agencies are there to confirm everything. So unless there'll be a connivance between everybody that is involved now, that is where I see that
point. It's not the point that there's a connivance with everybody. But hold on, you're going to make your second. Jay, do you want just to make a point for?
Just a quick one, then I can step out. Right after I made that submission, ironically, this is a public space, and there are limitations to what we can share publicly, not to ruffle feathers in certain waters. But I can tell you categorically that the protocol that I did describe was in place. That protocol was put in place by the Obasanjo regime. That protocol has been circumvented for many years now. And remember when, Kalu, you made that post, I said that there was something that the Obi government was going to do when it comes into place, and that I refused to share it. It's not far from what I had insinuated. And when it comes to the fact that is everybody in the supply chain corrupted, that is the simple truth. And not only is that the simple truth, we also forget the complicity of the IOCs. You understand? Now, remember, there is a PSA for their contracts for what they're doing in Nigeria. The contract says, for example, just to hazard now, we're going to produce 1,000 barrels. The Nigerian government is going to have value for 600 barrels, while we are keeping value for 400 barrels. Have we considered the possibility, for example, that if that PSA itself is circumvented, the IOCs are making way more money than they should make to the detriment of Nigeria by, for example, what I said, if the vessel had been stemmed to load 2 million barrels, in connivance with everybody, the government agencies and surveyors and everybody inclusive, they do 2.6 million barrels. 600 is unaccounted for. Only 2 million barrels is what is going into the PSA. You understand? So even while it is being documented, this is what I can beat my chest to tell you is the issues. That is why I said, while we might, rub minds here, talk about the issues, talk about the solutions, that until virtue steps in at the very top to that is to, without equivocation, say this has to stop, it will never stop.
Good point.
I yield.
Yeah, Banky, again, remember Banky, you said something about connivance and the fact that it's what the oil companies are saying that they are lifting that is actually what we're taking. So it's back to what we're back to square one, that Nigeria as a sovereign nation does not independently track and agree what is told them that has been taken out. We're still back to that, Banky, right?
Yes, so let me say a little bit about that. Now, what government does, to my knowledge, is that they try to get involved in the calibration of the meters. that the oil companies use to measure. Now, they are not there. I mean, they can come in, they can be invited. We want to calibrate these meters. They can be invited. Everything is done. The witnesses, they get the certificates, and everybody looks happy. Now, that is the extent to which it goes. They are not there every day, right? And it's still what is reported to them. Unfortunately, it's still what is reported to them that they have to take. And like I said, the only other place where that verification can be done is when the tankers come to load, because from the tanker end too is going to be measured. So at the end of the day, you should be able to say for sure, oh, company X said they pumped in 2.1 million barrels. The tanker said they got 2.095. You will have a little bit of tolerance that you can give in. Okay, maybe 0.5% tolerance is okay. Yeah, we are fine. And with that, we should be good. So what I'm saying is that it will have to be that company is saying that, IOCA is saying that, let's use that example of it's supposed to be 2 million, is 2.6. That means everybody now needs to lie, and IOC says I pumped 2.6, tanker says I got 2.6, DPR of all of the regulators there said they saw 2.6 before this thing should actually fly. Or maybe somewhere along the line the documentation is just tampered with. Maybe the report from this guy is somehow sidelined, and we just say this is what it is and all. So my point is just that that connivance has to be very extensive, and it will be surprising if the IOCs also get involved in all this. Let me not use the word surprising. I mean, it will be interesting, right, that they will be involved in this as well, and this connivance will just go through, all the way like that. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah, good point. I mean, like again, let me just say again. I had a suspicion there was a big racket, a conspiracy going on. It's been confirmed that it's not just a conspiracy, it's actually happening. This is not a theory. There's a whole scale collaboration by the security services, the regulators, and the folks in Abuja, the folks at the creeks to steal Nigerian oil. Sorry, I say it as it is so that it's there and it's recorded. My name is there. So I will just say it that way. Hey, Senator, let me have you hop in here. I think it's Senator, and then I think that's the last person, and then we'll just call today. Senator, go ahead. I have small b yet. So Senator, then small b, then we'll call today. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, thanks, Kalu, and I've been following up, and we've been
Yeah,
chatting back.
your audio is kind of low though.
Yeah, is it better now?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Kalu, and I guess we've been chatting previously. I would just like to continue from where what Banky was saying. So it's I will use the word almost impossible, right, for you to for someone to say for an FPSO, for instance, that actually stores oil daily, that the tanker will come and load and say, okay, everybody's conniving to load 2.6, where it's 2 billion. The reason being that for every day, you don't just produce the 2.6 million barrel one day, right? You produce it for a couple of days, and for every day you do the production, you report it. You report the level you are today. The next day you produce more, you report it. So that discrepancy between what you actually offloading to a third party, say a tanker, and what you have is very difficult because you have to go back to your books and start changing values. Don't forget that I work with one of the IOCs. We submit once in a while the metering report, the raw data from the meters. We send it to DPRO, to NAPIMS when they need it. So they actually have the raw ticket, what they call the ticket, that you get from the metering station, not just what you impute into an Excel file or your PDMS, and then you say, oh, this one will do. They actually ask for the raw input, the same data we use to compute our production. They have that same raw file from the printer. We can't go and touch it. So and as Banky said, there's a third party that comes to do the meter proving once in 3 months, depending on the agreement. So it's quite a complex thing to do. Saying an IOC, I'll speak from the IOC point of view, not from.
But let me ask you a question. What they are saying is that these things don't matter because it's a conspiracy to allow this to happen. So what you are explaining what should happen, the metrics, but really, if it's like saying if you go to the bank, the teller will count your money, stamp it, give you a receipt, and that's what is paid in. They are saying that's not what's happening because the teller is not looking, everyone is just looking the other way.
Now that brings me to another point. So in a PSA, as J4 said, in a PSA, everybody is accountable for what they produce. If, for instance, an IOC say, for instance, say Shell, it's going to move 2 million. Then the next day, the federal government moves 1 million. I don't think the IOC and whoever is presenting the government we tend to allow that to offset their own part of the equation, because so in a JV it's completely different. There could be manipulation in a JV because it's just one operator and the federal government. But for a PSA that has to do with a lot of lifters, you could have a PSA with, say, Total, with Exxon, with Sinop, China, with Sinopec. So it's quite complicated to think that that will happen with everybody, because let's say Exxon, for instance, is just an operator, maybe 15%. That's his ownership. 30%.
Senator, I want to get you, because I'm also learning. I want to understand what you're saying. How does the PSA, whatever agreement is signed, what I've heard been explained is that there is a conspiracy to steal. It's illegal. Whatever they're doing, they don't care about the formal paperwork or the checks and balances. They are literally taking crude oil, putting it excess into registered vessels that are to carry, say, 1 million. They put 1.5 million. The registered vessel sails away from Nigeria and then does a transshipment of the 5. So the PSA guys still have their 1, but the 5 has been stolen.
And that's the point. That is difficult because, okay,
It's difficult. Why is it difficult?
Yes, okay. Let me do a 1 month review. Say, assuming I'm in an FPSO and we do say 150,000 per day. So at the end of 1 month, we are getting like 4.5 million barrels, right? So everybody knows it's 4.5 million barrels because the data is there. Out of that 4.5 million, it's being shared by, say, the federal government, by everybody. So who we agree among this entity, this individual different entities, say Exxon, Shell, Chevron, Sinopec, federal government, we own the 4.5 million. We are sharing based on percentage. Who among us will agree that, okay, if you're offloading, say, your 1 million, add 100,000 to it? So it's not that.
Senator, you're not, sorry, but you're an industry and you're not following the argument.
Shell, sorry, Kalu.
The oil. So they are adding, the thief is adding his stolen crude oil onto a legal vessel to allow that legal vessel receive it from Nigerian waters, sail out of Nigerian waters, then transload the stolen vessel out. So your official agreement stands. Your 4.9 for whatever it is, there's no problem there. The 1.2 million barrels per day is fine. But they add the extra they steal because they put it in, then take it off. That's what they're saying. So it doesn't
Kalu.
So it stays.
Shell in 2021. In 2021, Shell admitted to discrepancies in excess of 2 million barrels of crude oil, which they undertook to refund to the government of Nigeria. And it was because of meter manipulation on the Trans-Niger pipeline. So you see, when we are talking theory, in practice, what happens is people get away with murder in Nigeria because there's no consequences for bad behavior. If it was in the US, Shell will have been fined in excess of maybe $10-20 billion.
So I will go back there. Sorry, I will go back there. Now, when you do meter, right? When you do metering, there is a plus minus 10% infraction which is allowed. So let me leave that point. I just want to go back to the point that was raised, which I had a back and forth with Kalu on the chat about the reduction in production when you compare 2020 values and what we are having now. Now, it's not totally a theft issue, and I kept saying that. We need to understand that before OPEC asked Nigeria as a country to cut down production, we are doing fine. After we are asked to go back up, I can say this authoritatively that most of the IOCs have not been able to go back to their pre-COVID level of production.
What date were we asked to go back? Give me a date.
That was
Give me a year. Give me a year or quarter.
I can find out that was in 2021. Now, that was around 2021.
Okay, but the point is this. The point is this. In 2020, the production was already going down. I shared it on Twitter. Look on Twitter.
No, don't forget that in 2020, in 2020, we were asked to go down. COVID asked us to go down, so you can't choose that as.
But it went up in 2021.
Now, I would tell
2021.
Yes, it will go up in 2021, as I said, because in 2020 we went down because of COVID.
Okay.
OPEC asked us to go down. In 2021, we were supposed to come up. Now we saw a value go up in 2021. As I said before, we couldn't go back to our pre-2020 value because most of the IOCs were unable to go back to their production pre-COVID.
So wait. You are saying that when Tony Lumelu says that 95% of his crude oil has been stolen is because the IOCs cannot go back. Is that okay? I posted that chat also.
No.
Sorry, please. Can I come in? Sorry.
Sorry. Let me finish.
I want to learn.
Sorry, let me. That's why I said it is two angles. It's one. When Elumelu said that what is produced now, in terms of production, we have a deficit. That does not take away the part that it is being stolen. But I want us to understand that in terms of production, let's say, for instance, we are doing 1.8 million. Let's not add those stolen before pre-COVID. Now, after COVID, we are unable to go back to 1.8 million. I'm not saying that.
No, sir. Let me quote Tony. Let me quote Tony. Let me quote him, and I'm quoting Tony here. Yeah. How can we, that's Nigeria, be losing over 95% of oil production to thieves? Look at the Bonny terminal that should be receiving over 200,000 barrels per day of crude oil daily. Instead, it receives less than 3,000 barrels, leading the operator Shell to declare a force majeure. So Shell is saying it's supposed to receive 200,000 of what it has already pumped, but it's getting only 3,000. This is Shell saying, it's not saying I can't meet production. It is saying I produced 200,000, but what I get at the terminal in Bonny is 3,000. This is Shell saying.
Kalu, yes. Kalu, I understand that part, and I will tell you a live example. We had to declare a force majeure on that TMP line, right?
No,
Shell
I'm getting confused.
No. The fact is, one, we have two problems. One is, first of all, we need to agree that there's a theft angle, which I agree with you completely on. It's been stolen. There's a company I know today that was doing send 100,000 barrels into that line and gets 5,000 barrels at the end. I'm not saying there's no theft. What I'm saying is it is not a single factor called theft. It is both two things. We have a production decline, which in the past 20 years, we've not done any, there's no new discovery of anything. Everything we've been doing are old discoveries. So our production is on a natural decline first. We need to agree on that. One. And number two, there is theft. That is my point.
I'm quoting Shell. Shell is the largest producer in Nigeria, right? I just quoted them to you, and you're saying I should ignore this and this production.
Sorry, Kalu, please, can I come in? Sorry, guys, please, can I quickly say something? Please, in line with what Senator is saying, I want to kind of agree with him a bit. Kalu, so it's not like, let me explain. Let me come from this perspective. It's not like the theft is not being acknowledged, okay? Now, it's clear. Tony Olumelu has spoken. He has spoken about, I think a lot of people even misinterpreted that statement to mean that 95% of the oil that Nigeria produces is stolen. I mean, he was talking about that particular place, right? Now, let's look at it. Let's look at the oil total in Nigerian context. Now, a lot of our oil right now comes from deep water. If you look at the major deep water development that are in Nigeria, from the IOCs, the Apple, the Eginas, Era, Usa, Bonga, all of them, I'm pretty sure that, I don't have the numbers in my head, but by the time you add their production together, I'm sure it will be getting towards like almost half or more of what Nigeria is producing. Now, you don't typically get pipeline breaching and all those kind of things happening in deep water. Deep water is a one-stop shop. You have your FPSO producing
Sorry, guys,
and pumping.
No, sorry, you're getting technical for me. I'm a simple guy. The guy
Yes.
saying that this Shell you are quoting, pumped 200,000 and got 3,000. You are telling me it's not being stolen. That is because of production.
No, I didn't say, I'm not saying it's not being stolen. I'm saying that while we acknowledge that it's being stolen, right?
Help me
There
out.
is
I don't know.
Yes, no, what we are trying to say is that that decline is not solely because of theft. We have decline that is natural, and because of recent major oil companies have not really been investing in Nigeria. They are not drilling new wells. They are not doing new projects. And it's just normal that there will be a natural decline. So what will make your production to be sustained normally is that there is money being pumped in continually. As this place is declining, we are drilling somewhere else, we are expanding, we are doing all of this. All those things used to be normal things that happen on an ongoing basis. But they've not been happening in the past few years.
Banky, let me just come in. What we are saying, Kalu, is this. It is not a single factor, theft. Now, we need to understand that theft is not the single factor for this 700,000 difference. It will not be nice for us to say it is theft. What we are saying, or what I'm saying is this. It is a combination of two important factors. One is theft, which I agree with you. And as I said before, we had, even before Shell had to declare a force majeure on that TMP line, we were the first to declare it because we were doing 100,000 barrels on the line and then we're getting 2,000. So that is clear. But the other factor you need to accept is there is a natural decline in the field. So a field that was, let's say a field owned by Shell Bonga, pre-COVID and before the shutdown, maybe Bonga was doing say 120,000 barrels. After they went down during COVID and we were asked to come back up, Bonga is unable to do, I'm assuming, 100,000 barrels. So that means Bonga has lost 20,000 barrels for no just cause. It adds to the total decline of Nigeria. Let's say
yes, but this is a red herring, sir. I'm sorry, you are throwing a red herring out there. We've always had theft. We've always had production losses. We've always had that. We've always had it in the past. What we're talking about here is the scale. The Nigerian government is telling us, you and I, that as at half year 2022, debt service is more than revenues. We are seeing the government saying that they have it's not that there is no money, literally no money. And they are saying that the money is being stolen. This is what they are saying. What are you talking about?
No, Kalu, we are not arguing. Let's not go back and forth. I don't know what the Nigerian government is saying.
I'll let you guys.
I'm telling you from a technical perspective today and from the oil and gas perspective. A field that was doing, say, 180,000 barrels per day is now doing 150,000 barrels per day. It's as simple as that.
It's Tompolo being paid to
that is not a natural decline. Now, that is theft. As I said before, there's the theft angle and there's the production angle. Okay. We need to accept the fact that there is the production angle, and then
we don't need to accept anything because if there's a production angle, we would have simply called only IOCs and asked them to go and produce more. But we're calling Tompolo.
No, you cannot ask IOCs.
I don't want us to go back and forth, Senator. I think you've made your point. Nigerians know what's going on.
Let's just say this before you go.
Expert. I'm just putting the figures for you.
Let me just say this before you go. Now, the easiest fix of this problem today is to reduce the theft, because you cannot you can't just wake up one morning and snap your finger and then you tell a company to produce more. It doesn't work like that. It's going to take you a minimum of 3, 4, 5 years to do that. Okay. Now, the easiest way to solve the problem today is let us reduce the theft while we work on the natural decline, and that is what the federal government is doing, which any wise government will do. There's a production problem. NFPC is responsible for that, or the Federal Ministry of Petroleum. We need to invest in that sector. The third angle is very big, I agree totally, but there's that part of it. Thank you.
Okay. Can I just close in, Kalu? Don't be angry. Just a small snippet to all of this. Senator and his colleague are very correct in terms of the production realities and the declines and all of that. But please, I believe that the reason for this space was to, rub minds concerning the area of theft. Not what we're talking about has nothing to do with the declines in production and all of that, but the losses that stem directly from theft. The last speaker, I don't know, for some reason my device wasn't showing me who was talking, but the last speaker said it would take 4 or 5 years to fix the rot and all of that. I am a major stakeholder in the logistics part of what goes on. And I can tell you for free that it will not take 1 year. 1 year. That's as in months to fix it. You cannot steal the scale. This theft going on cannot happen in the scale in which it is happening without ships, without vessels. It's not possible for that to happen. There are very simple things that the government can do to stem that tide, and they're not doing it. That is why I say Fidelity must assume office at the top. I don't know where in the supply chain Senator and his colleague are, but this thing goes so deep. I'll give you a simple example. Aside from owning tankers, I also do supplies to the FSOs with my vessels to do gas oil, stuff like that. A friend of mine ascended to the top of management in one of the companies and gave me the opportunity to take up supplies. When I ran my numbers was way above what the guy that was doing it at that time was charging for it. This is what I do every day, so I understand all the factors and everything. Just numbers weren't making sense. But I noticed a sense, my ops guy, when he went to go and run an independent audit of, the areas we were supposed to be doing the supplies at, came back to say something to me that the animosity he met from, Senator, his guys had the FPSOs and co. You understand? These guys had done an audit, for example, that their daily consumption is, let's just hazard, say 1,000 metric tons. I'm just using that as a guess but to make the explanation of what I'm trying to say simple. Meanwhile, their actual consumption was in the neighborhood of 720. So now I get an order to deliver 5,000 metric tons to Senator. And I do my numbers, it's going to cost me, I'm just supposed to charge them $1,000 a ton to make that 5,000 metric ton delivery. But someone is doing the same thing for 900. What happens? When he gets to that place, they say they have systems and controls and all these things in place, forgetting that this is human beings that man these places. When you get there to make the supplies, they will receive 720 from you, but the company gets to pay for 1,000. That is where these guys were making their profit. And I couldn't do that. I refused to do that. And for that, I just had to back out of that transaction. So when we say, we give this impression that these guys are IOCs, they have everything up and proper, everything is running smoothly, their controls are in place. It is not true in practice. To stem this tide, 1 year, may God keep us alive. 1 year, that is why maybe I wangled my way into some areas to make sure I have a voice in this thing. I want things to work in Nigeria, honestly. That's my own concern. We cannot continue doing the same things over and over and over again, and we just keep yakking. Nigeria's problem has been solved on Kakaki and Arise TV several times over, but nothing changes. It is because the people that are supposed to make the changes are not doing anything. So for me, until that happens, we're just swimming in the dark. I yield. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me get.
Yeah.
I was going to shut down the space, and then because I'll just have the what's his name.
J4, I agree with you 100%. What you just said is
Bamki and Senator. I'm the learner here. So if I'm arguing because I don't know, I'm just trying to learn. So don't think I'm just trying to learn.
Kalu, please let me say something quickly on a final note, please. So I understand what J4 has said, and we actually acknowledge that any problem that we have with theft have to be fixed, right? And I know that is what this space is addressing primarily. But in order for us to have like some holistic approach to what is going on with Nigeria's oil and this decline in production and all these things, we need to also look at some other factors that are coming in place that are affecting this, right? all of us are looking for how Nigeria can do better and how this oil revenue can actually be at the top and we make the money we are supposed to make. And one major factor here is that a lot of the IOCs are not really investing in Nigeria as much as they were doing before. The numbers are there. Over the last few years, it has gone down a lot. And that is because their funds, they have competition on their funds, on how to spend their funds in other countries, in places where things are easier for them, where the system works for them better, where, where all these things will benefit them more. So just like any other businessman, they prefer to just move their money away and go somewhere else. Now, what Senator said about 3-4 years, it wasn't talking about theft. It was talking about telling a company to go and increase production. That doesn't happen overnight. They may have to drill new wells. They may have to do all those things. And if that company, from their parent company, if funds are not allocated for that job, for that project, they are not going to do it. So that factor is also there, and it's a combination of things, it still comes back to how the system is being run in Nigeria. It still comes to issues with security or necessary expenses that the IOC need to undertake that they will not undertake in other places. It still comes to that at the end of the day, but these things need to be looked at holistically. They also have to, Nigeria has to be a good place for these people to be able to come and invest. And if they can't invest, people that are ready that don't have the same type of competition as the portfolio of these IOCs that are able to still sink in their funds should be allowed to come in. If they want to buy over, let them buy. If they want to do whatever they want to do, let them do. You will notice that a lot of the IOCs have been trying to divest some of their interests in Nigeria. These are the things that are happening. And if we don't find a way either to put these things in the hands of the people that are ready to spend money or to give these IOCs a good playing field for them to stay, even if we fix the issue of theft, we may still be doing below par in our production. That is just my submission on this. Thank you.
I'm going to get, I added small business going to speak. I added Oruka. I think Oruka wants to tell us something. But officially, the federal government's official number is 400,000 barrels a day stolen. This from the Minister of Petroleum, the Junior Minister of Petroleum, Timi Priya Silva, as at 8 August 2022. He says 400,000 barrels are stolen daily. This is from the federal government itself. Small B, please go ahead, sir. John Stewie.
Yes. Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Kalu. I want to say a very big thank you personally for all that you do. I have been following you for quite a while, and I am grateful. I am really grateful for the spaces that you put up and for the information that you dispense. Having said that, I want to talk about now this problem we're facing. I know the topic of today is crude oil theft and its effect on our personal network. Now, this topic actually concerns every Nigerian as an individual. All right, and as such, it should be treated in that manner. Now, this problem is a monstrous problem in this country because it affects every facet of our life as individuals living in this country, whether a citizen or not. Okay, so I don't think we should discuss this topic without discussing the solution. And what I think the solution is, in my own opinion, is education. Now, a lot of the people speaking up today against the government is simply because the suffering has increased in the country. Everybody is feeling the impact of the failing economy in the country today, and that's why a lot of us are speaking up, especially the youth. Now, I don't believe that we're even speaking out of knowledge, as regards what should be done to fix this, to fix the problem. Now, getting the solution, knowing the problem is one thing, and knowing how to solve the problem is another thing. And I don't think we at this point in time we have that knowledge. So I want to please plead on every stakeholder. Everybody who has contributed in this space today has been very, very wonderful. It's been an informative session for me. I've just been a sponge here, soaking up all the information flying around here today. A big thank you to everybody who has contributed so far in this space. Thank you very much. So what I'm trying to say is we should not neglect giving out, informing the general public about these things. Kalu, I thank you very much again for this space that you're putting up, but I think we need to reach more Nigerians with this space. So I don't know what we're going to do to help dispense this information to reach a wider audience in the country. So I'm going to plead on every one of us here who has the ability to reach more people, to invite more people to these spaces, share the links to these spaces, and if we have the opportunity to be a part of disseminating this information via any medium, via any means, we should please accept such invites. That is what I want to say. I'm saying this because personally, we're trying to work on setting up a system, where we can help reach more people with this information. And at some point, I want to believe we'll get enough reach that we'll need to reach out to most of you. I'm taking note of the people who are speaking here today. Very intelligent individuals. So I want to thank you very much. And I hope we can work in the future to, enlighten the people about what's really going on in the country, because I believe it is when the people know how to solve the problem, then they can choose the right leader to solve the problem. So that is my only contribution to what's going on here today. Thank you very much again.
And just so you know, this stuff is all going to be recorded. It's on YouTube. Go to my space on YouTube. Not just this space, all the spaces we do are all on YouTube. Let me take for the last. Let me see if we can end with B Rookie. I just added you, sir. I read the profile and it says something geo energy. So I hope you know about energy and you're a technical person and you can come in and just maybe give a talk and we can end. We're almost approaching 4 hours on this. So yeah, go ahead, sir. B Rookie.
Oh, good evening. Can you hear me?
Very well.
Anyway, I'm on the road, so there will be a noise in the background. Anyway, I did my first degree in Nigeria, Petroleum Engineering Technology. My first internship was, funny enough, is also tied to this topic, was at the Warri Refinery control room, basically, Pumpers D. My second internship was at PPNC control room again. And my last internship was at DPR, other operators area assets. My unit handled all the depot assets in Nigeria, basically. I know what I saw and I know what I heard. This issue is far deeper than what you think. I mean, it's from Aso Rock to the boys in the creek. I repeat, it's from Aso Rock to boys in the creek. And when I say Aso Rock, I'm not talking about the building. I'm talking about the players inside that place. Soja go, Soja come, Barak remain the same. When in 2005, my pumpers is specific, we are doing a top filling operation. We call it top filling as well. When you pump, like for example, a tanker will come to Nigeria. Let me just roll it back. Maybe somebody will talk about it earlier. There's something called nomination meetings. All the tank owners, they will meet and say, okay, after you load, the next person will load, like from a queue on the IC. They'll say, okay, you are loading 1,000 liter, you 2,000 liter, 3,000 liter. Then they will radio the pump house that this tank will load this volume, this volume, this volume. Like, for example, you say 1,000. They'll say, okay, load 1,200. The 200 on top in the IC is lost to Nigeria. They'll sell it. They'll bring the money back to shore, share the money for everybody from top to bottom. They always do this. I mean, every day. This was going on in Nigeria. I mean, from top to bottom. But then, OBJ and Atiku, we are having issues. So, some of the boys on ground, they are split into factions. So they had to report some factions, and a lot of people were sacked. This happened in 2005. You can look it up. My boss was fired. They said it was an intern who leaked that issue at that particular night, that operation. So for some, I think about 2 or 3 years, they did not take interns at the Warri Refinery. That was the basis. They will tell the public stories. But that incident it was a top filling operation. It was pure crude theft. It's just like saying policemen want to stop checkpoints in Nigeria. You cannot, it's from the top to bottom. Everybody is involved in it. It's a shame. Whether you retire, it's still a shame. Let me give you an example. The MD of NFC, Yakubu, they seized about $9 million from him. He said it was gift. They returned the money back to him. Who was the person who gave him that money? Nobody asked. How can he give a man retiring over $9 million? I mean, raw cash. Nobody's asking. And to end this, my position, let me ask a question. What is the connection between the closing of over 100 accounts that belong to NNPC and the increase in theft in the last 4 years? Is there any connection? It's all a game. It's all connected. It might take years to connect the dots, but like I said, everybody is involved in the game. So it's an ideal-headed monster. You are cutting off one head, 10 other heads are coming up. You cut off 10 heads, 15 more other heads are coming up. It's a game, basically. And on the issue of oil decline in Nigeria, basically, it's part of the issue. Whether you like it or not, garbage in, garbage out. If you don't invest in, you can't produce more. And the idea that the company they are focusing elsewhere is not actually true. The target of Shell by the year 2050 to become a net electricity producer. I said electricity, not just energy. Right now they are looking for geothermal energy in Netherlands. The biggest, I think the biggest solar plant in the world belongs to Shell. I think it's in either Kuwait or Oman. Shell has the biggest. They're going into electricity, not more energy. Even ExxonMobil, all of them are moving into electricity right now. But people think it's not energy itself or biodiesel. That's just a side show. They are going into electricity production, basically. So I'll say basically they are all tied together. But coming back to the same topic of oil theft, it has not production. Yes, it's an issue, but it's not connected to oil theft. It's a game on its own. The players come, the players go. It's like you're handing the baton over. But the problem is this: the economy is going down. We now rely more on oil revenue. In the past, we didn't notice it, but now we need the money more. That's why everybody is waking up that this is an issue. If not, this game has been here. The first one I saw was in 2005. We were pumping. I think we were pumping from Warri Depot to Otowo Depot in Kano. I said we pumped for hours. Nothing reached Kano. We were like, how did these guys know? We are pumping diesel, they were aware. We pump kerosene. Anything you pump, they always know. So when we pumped water, do you know they did not vandalize pipe? The pipeline was not vandalized. We pumped water to Kano. Every single drop got to Kano.
Wait. Slow down.
They have, every single corner, they have people in the system that's informing them. We were pumping every day. These guys, they will always vandalize. They will wait. When you pump like 2 hours, they will just start because they call it hot tapping. You tap, they will lock the valve. But once you start pumping, they will just increase the pressure. You don't
big. It's a big conspiracy. Everybody is involved.
Every pump top. In the we were suspecting each other in the radio room. They were like, it was the interns. We were like, what are interns going to do with this issue? How do we know who to contact? We pumped water for straight 2 days. They did not hot tap, but the minute we switched to kerosene, not up to. I won't say maybe not up to one tanker got to Kano. How do these guys know when we are pumping water and when we are pumping products? It means somebody's listening to our radio system. Inside refinery control room, they won't have people. So when you say you want to stop this thing, even like for example, the main person that was in charge of the operation, they sent him on a course. The person that night who was in charge of that oil theft in Warri, they sent him to a course in France. All the boys on the ground were fired. When this guy came back, they sent him to Abuja. And you see what I said? Basically, it's a game. And when they are going out, somebody else will take over from them.
So what do you think? Just your own, what's your opinion? How can this be stopped? What do you think?
That's why I gave the example of Yakubu and it's over $9 million they return to. Imagine a man having over $9 million. A court is saying he's entitled to a gift of a civil servant. What did you do? Who gave you that? Nobody's asking. That's why I said everybody is involved in the game. They know the source of that money, but nobody's talking. Because if you talk, he's the MD of NNPC, for God's sake. He will talk, he will spill the beans. Look at Alice Madueke, for example. Why are they afraid to touch a woman? If you touch her, she will talk. There have been so many funny deals in the oil industry.
It's just it's Rookie. I knew if I added you would say something, so I appreciate what you just. I think it's a very, very good. Sorry?
No, I understand.
Yeah, excellent. Guys, we've been here, I would say 4 or 5. I'm not sure. I've been sitting in the same spot and just learning. This has been a learning space for me. Obi is here also. I don't know if she's still there. Obi, if you're here, I appreciate you. Yeah, Obi is my co-host, and we're supposed to do this together, but it's just been, I think I'm a Nigerian, right? And I'm shocked. Since I was born, I know they steal crude oil. I know there's production shortages, shortings, force majeure. I've heard it before. I've never heard what I'm hearing right now because I do mostly the finance side. I'm mostly the finance side. And on the finance side, Sugar M, if you want to speak, just a request. I saw your message. On the finance side, Nigeria has no money. I'm not speaking literally. I'm sorry, not speaking figuratively. I'm saying literally, Nigeria has no money. All the money Nigeria has, we're borrowing. All of it. All of it. Why are we borrowing? Because Nigeria's money really comes from taxes. Foreign currency comes from oil taxes and Naira revenues come from taxation, but the NNPC really has taken all the revenues to pay for subsidies and Nigeria is borrowing. And this is really the oil theft and it's killing the economy. The president, the military, the navy, they cannot stop it or they don't want to stop it. I had that sense before this spaces. It's been confirmed with facts, figures, and anecdotal knowledge that has been shared by all the speakers here. This is what's going on, guys. Your crude oil is being stolen and you are paying for it with higher inflation, higher bills, a very, very weak and worthless local currency, and of course, loss of jobs. That's what's going on. I've asked people specific what can change it, and everyone in one shape or the other has said it's leadership. If you have someone there in a year, in 2 time, it can be fixed. It's not one guy being corrupt, it's the entire system is corrupt. If the entire system is corrupt, you do chemotherapy, you take everybody out. Everybody out. The Navy, the guys in working in that place, they are pumping oil from in the rivers. The guys pumping, everyone there just has to go. When I mean the Navy, I mean the leadership. Take everybody out of that position, bring new people in, and for crying out loud, monitor people. If we can't get people to do it, hire robots, automate the place, bring in foreigners or whatever. But you can't lose. You cannot lose, according to the Minister of Petroleum, 400,000 barrels a day. And you sit back and just say, oh, it's just loss. No country survives that way. So we're going to shut the space down. It's exactly on my end. I can see the time. Sugar, I'm so sorry. Go ahead and speak, sir. Did you want to say anything? I don't know if I let you speak before I shut it down. Real quick. You can just unmute and just say what else.
Hello, was that me? Sorry.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Thanks for the space, and it would be great if, in support of the earlier request, if you could make the recording available on Twitter too, that would be great. And thank you so much.
Yes, I will share. It takes about a day to load on YouTube. I'll share my channel. They just go for the apartment on.
Brilliant.
So yeah. So if you see my, we'll go right there.
Yeah, my question is basically Nigeria's quota is about 1.8 million barrels per day. The 5-year average is 1.7, so just slightly less than the quota. The this year's production is 1.2 million. So there's a gap between 500,000 barrels per day between the 5-year average and this year's production. So my question is, and in a way it sort of supports Senator a little bit in what he was saying, is how much of the 500 is stolen? Do you and your colleagues?
The Minister of Nigeria quoted 400,000. That's the official quote.
Yeah, but there are a lot of ways of looking at that. So I'll just finish off So basically, there's a gap between the 500,000 gap between the production and the 5-year average. Now, some of that might be stolen, or some of it might be production inefficiencies. It's probably a bit of both, but it can't all be stolen because we know there are production inefficiencies. Or the next part of the question is the theft coming from the 1.2 that's actually being produced rather than the reduction from 1.7? So you've got a 500,000 and you've got a 1.2 million. Now, do both have thefts, or is it the reduction only that the theft is coming from?
No. The quota is 1.8 million barrels. Production is 1.4. So we are producing 1.8. It's been stolen. So when it's pumped out of the ground, what we are actually and recording is 1.4. The minister is quoting from this is what the pipelines are. Yes, they are stealing 400 out from that.
I can OB the Bloomberg chart.
I'm quoting what the minister said, just to be clear, not my opinion. He's from 1.8 million barrels to 1.4 million barrels due to crude. I'll share that
Yeah, I sent Obi a Bloomberg chart which summarizes.
I hear you.
So basically,
what I'm quoting is so 1.8. That's the difference, and he's quoting a low figure.
Yeah, but even from what you've just stated, for instance, if I'll go by the Bloomberg, which is not far off.
I really can't hear you. I really can't hear you. I'm going to put this up on the Twitter's page. Let's talk after the DM me and I can go.
All right. Okay, thank you.
So sorry about that.
No, thank you.
All right. All right, guys. Guys hanging around long.
Thank you so much for this space.
You're welcome. You guys, very, very good rest of your weekend. Let's see what will come up now next week. My name is Kalu Aja. Thank you guys. I'll see you guys soon. Love you all. Bye.
Bye-bye.